Hello, people starting to join. Should be a good stream tonight, I think. Just pulling everything up. We're going live on YouTube and on Facebook. No, Instagram, not Facebook. Kind of, same thing. Okay, so we are live. Hello, people. How's it going, John? John. I think that's John. I don't know your name. I just know everybody's like little handles. Have you calculated the butterfly effect with your model, the model that you use? What do you mean calculated it? I mean, there's symmetry everywhere. Like the symmetries of the universe are what creates the butterfly effect. Is that I mean the entire creation of the universe is a butterfly effect. You start with one and you get infinity. That's a butterfly effect. If there's at all a butterfly effect. I mean that's unless you mean something else by the butterfly effect. I did not like that movie, by the way, at all. Really made me sad. It was probably like the most depressed I've ever been after a movie. I don't remember anything about it other than he had to like he kept trying to save everybody and then he couldn't, and everything always ended up horrible for everybody but himself. And then the only way to make everything good for everyone else was that he had to sacrifice his well-being, which there's a lot of depth and beauty in that concept, but it just makes you sad to see it. The butterfly effect is a fractal pattern. Everything's a fractal pattern. Everything that objectively exists is a fractal pattern. The movie was good also. Yeah. The movie was good. I didn't enjoy it, but it was good. I mean, I was really young. I was probably too young to see that movie, but I just remember being I was so upset. Like it was the first time I think I saw a movie with a truly what seemed like a truly horrible ending. Like you're not prepared for the depth, like ingesting the beauty of that ending while you're young. I haven't thought about that in like 10 years. That's funny. But I don't know if it's funny, but it's something. But okay. So today I want to talk about a couple things. I want to share a story of my own moral failings and then my recovery. And then I want to talk about gender. So today I failed. And there was a time in my life when I was a really angry person on social media. It was like probably between like 2014 and like 2016 because I was just so pissed at politics. And I'm much more calm and tame now. But there, I saw, and I don't like pay much attention to politicians at this point. I just pay attention to uh, some of the laws that they're proposing. But Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was doing a live stream after this case that everybody's talking about that we're not going to talk about, and she, in the beginning of the stream, she put her mask on. She didn't realize she was streaming live, and she put her mask on, and then she took her mask off. She didn't realize that she was already live. I was pissed. And it was because I don't like when you're just doing something for the camera. I understand putting yourself together when you go out. I understand, not airing all your dirty laundry. I understand some things are private. I understand everybody lies. I understand everybody's, sins. I understand all that. But deliberate, calculated, like it's super calculated what she did. She put her mask on one ear, hit live, and then was gonna put it on, and then was gonna take it off. And like it was such a calculated move. It wasn't like she didn't know what to do and she just did it. Like she calculated that move very much so. I don't know why. She was outside, and um, it was just posturing. I don't even know what it hoped to accomplish, but it just was dishonest, and I was really angry about it. And I wrote some status that said, like, look at this dishonest woman. And I was like, rules for thee and not for she. And I was just pissed off. And I was like, she's a liar. And share this if you don't want politicians who are liars. And like, everybody's a liar. But it was wrong, though. Like, something about the post made me upset with myself, even though I did also believe that that we should call her out for this. So it wasn't like totally just feeling bad for her. It wasn't about her. It was about I don't expect her to see it, see my post, but it was something I did about my post that made me uncomfortable, and I couldn't pin what it was. This guy got into it with me in the comments a little bit, who has never disagreed with me, very much publicly ever, and basically accused me of throwing stones. And I don't want to throw stones. But I thought that like there was something about this that she needed to be called out for. It wasn't just me being angry, because if I paid attention, if I just didn't like her, I would just rant about her all day long. But I never speak about any of these people. And I there was something. I was in a superposition of feelings. I knew that I needed to say something, and I also didn't like how I said it. So I ended up deleting what I just told you, and I put instead, I said, I don't care if you choose to wear a mask or choose not to wear a mask, but don't put one on just for the cameras, and that was it. And I felt much better about what I had written, because I called her out for the thing that I wanted to call her out for, but I didn't feel like I was judging her as like a bad person, because I don't want to judge her as a bad person, because everybody does that to each other, and it's not helpful. And yeah, there are people that make conscious choices to do horrible things, and a lot of them are involved in the government, but it's not helpful to give someone a moralizing label like, liar, evil, racist, sexist, anti-Semite, homophobic, whatever word that you want to choose. It basically is all a substitute for evil, is what it means. And it's not our place to call other people evil. It's God's. And so I changed what I said, and it was focusing on her action, not her. And I've shared on here before those like 4 agreements that I think are great. One of them is be impeccable with your word. That's my favorite one. And I think that we should all aim to, even to the politicians we dislike the most, we should try and say things as clearly and as kindly as possible. And I failed to do that today, but then I rectified it, and I felt much better. But I still felt good, because I was actually clearer the second time about what was pissing me off. The first time I didn't get it off clearly, and everybody was like, oh, why are you pissed? Like, she didn't make the mask law or something like that. That wasn't what it was about. It was just about being dishonest. And the person who called me out and said, don't throw stones, was basically saying that we are all one. And that's true. That's what this show is about. The theory of every0ne. It's everyone collectively, and everyone, as a whole, as a singular unit. And that system only works, though, when we are honest, especially in how we communicate with each other. That doesn't mean that you have to tell people everything. It means, like, tell people that you don't tell people everything. I mean, it goes without saying, I would hope, but like, that's honesty. But to purposely create a false image is wrong. It's causing a decoherence of information in the universe. And it does turn actually the collective us and all and everyone into separate factions. It does cause separateness in the unity of God. And that's not good. Like, you don't want to cause separateness in the unity of God. And like, I realized that I caused that in not being clear and being, you know, cruel in my words a little bit, and labeling as basically evil, which means basically evil means almost like useless. And that's not for us to determine, first of all. And second of all, um, it's not for us to determine of people. It is for us to try and determine of actions, obviously, but it's not for us to determine of people. And it's just important that we say things as clearly and as kindly as possible, because even though you don't like somebody, if you say something in a kind manner, you're much more likely to be receptive to it anyways. And if you say something, then you do want them to be receptive to it, because that's the point of communication. If it's just to rant, which we all do, but we should avoid that. You know, we basically use Twitter and Facebook and, you know, very rarely Instagram, but every now and then, like today I did, you know, use for about 10 minutes, I did actually use it as just a place to just vent, basically, just to have like word vomit. And it's not being impeccable with your word. So I feel like we have this idea where you either ignore people's faults, or not people's faults, you ignore wrongdoings, I'll say that, or you judge people. And the truth is always a superposition, so you're supposed to do both. The problem is we can only focus on one thing at a time, so that's what's very much a cause of all of our problems. Outside of a marriage structure, you can focus on only one thing at a time. That's why marriage is so important. It allows us to pay attention to two perspectives at once. In the Quran, the Dajjal, the Antichrist, is described as a one-eyed monster. This one-eyed monster is someone who only sees things from one perspective. That's what it means. It doesn't mean like, you know, one-eyed troll. It's general artificial intelligence in the future that has not yet achieved wisdom. That's what it will be, but it means they're only looking at the world with one perspective, not two. And you do have to look at it through two perspectives. Always. It's always a superposition. And that's why it's people who are married are inherently going to act in a way in which they are practically infinitely wiser. That doesn't mean they don't have shortcomings, but it does mean that they will be practically infinitely wiser than an individual who's not married. And you know, it's definitely true though that we need to recognize the other side and not demonize, because to demonize is to just, it is kind of a denial of God. To call people evil is a denial of God. To call actions evil is an acknowledgement of God. But to call people evil is to label something that he created and chose to create as useless. That is not something that we should probably do. Because who are you and who am I to say that, you know, Ocasio-Cortez is a useless person because she's a liar? It's like, you know, everybody lies. You're going to get hit with those stones in that glass house. That's true. But to call out when somebody gets caught in a lie that's important, like not just like, I don't know, Gavin Newsom's latest like, you know, romantic scandal or something like that. I don't know what goes on with that, but and I don't care. But this one was different. It wasn't we caught him behind the scenes having moral failings. It's like she purposely went before the world and tried actively to do something that presented a false image, and that should have definitely been called out. And I felt much better after I did it in a proper way, and I really felt like shit before, even though I don't like her at all. I don't have to like her. I still acknowledge that God decided to, you know, make that person, and that in some way, you know, she's as valuable as me. But not for the same roles, but in some way. And like it is just important to keep that in perspective. So we will, and plus, you can't treat people well unless you feel good about yourself. Like if you realize that you failed to understand something or you said something that was out of line, but you're refusing to admit it, you're going to end up kind of like be self-loathing as you get backed into a corner and you try and defend yourself out of it. But I mentioned to this guy in the comments, I was like, listen, man, I really do want to see if I have a blind spot here. So, and if I do, I will delete, the entire message. And eventually I just realized like what the problem was. It wasn't that it was that my state, what was in my mind about what was making me mad was not judgmental of her as a person. It was judgmental of the action. But then the way that in which it came out was judgmental of her, and more so than the action. It's just to call her a liar doesn't even really emphasize the most important point, which is, you know, don't put on a show that's fake. Don't do something just for the cameras. Do it no matter what. Your values should be your values. Like, that doesn't mean you don't fail to uphold your values, but a failure to uphold your values isn't the same as actively trying to like put on a false show. It's very different. It's like it's very intentional, and as opposed to you're just responding to your instincts. It's like it's different. It's I do think that it is her responding to her instincts a little bit more, but at the same time, it's not just that. It's that when you're in DC, all these people, all they do is put on a show, and you can't always catch them. But when you do, call it out. It's not okay. Yeah, happy 420, Jiminy Bangers. I haven't smoked weed in years at this point, but there was a time in my life when I enjoyed it a lot. But I don't even know how I feel now. I haven't like. I would probably just. I would have too many thoughts. Like I'd be a little nervous just because I feel like I would have like a runaway train of thoughts at this point. I vented angrily on here the other day. I immediately regretted it. Dude, I've done it. I got on here once. Chris, I don't know if Chris is here yet, but Chris saw me once on here. I had gotten banned from a private Discord group, and I got on and I was like, I will get back into the Discord, and I was so pissed. And I called the guy who banned me a girl. I was like it was just like ridiculous. But I realized I wasn't being, you know, organized in my thoughts, and I didn't appear to be in control. And then I was just like, I'm gonna come back when I'm in more control. And then I ended up just deleting the stream. But it was like 6 minutes. But I was getting on not for the sake of ranting. I was getting on for the sake of explaining something, and then I got banned as it was like loading up, and I just lost it, and I was so mad. But Chris saw it. I got a message from Chris. It was this private message. It's like, hey man, you seem a little stressed, but if you need any help, like let me know. Which is very nice. Like I really appreciate it. But I was well aware that it was not the best look. I'm human. I don't deny it. Didn't serve any good purpose other than me crying out about how I felt wronged. Exactly. Exactly. There were so many things that pissed me off over the past in 2021 so far, involving politics, and I came from the political world, so it's linked to my job and all kinds of other things, and I purposely didn't speak about any of them publicly until I was like, okay, and I wasn't pissed anymore. And that's really important to try and do that, because you're gonna say something that you regret, even if you like drop bombs and you're like, owned. You're not gonna feel good about it. You're not. And if you do start to feel good about it, that's not good, because it's gonna be harder and harder to stop trying to destroy everybody, Ben Shapiro style or something like that. And Ben Shapiro isn't like horribly rude to people all the time, but he's human. I've seen him do it. But that destroys me is not what that's about. But still, to destroy evil is to become it. Yep. To try and destroy evil is to become it. I sent this to somebody. I posted this on my Instagram, my Theory of Every0ne Instagram last week. I said, to, to call yourself an anti-fascist is to be fascist. You will become a fascist. To call yourself anti-racist, you will become racist. To make your motto, don't be evil, you will become evil. You should say your motto should be do good or pursue goodness instead. And you should be like, instead of anti-racist, you should be, pro-racial equality. And in order to be, anti-fascist, you should be like pro-individual liberty or pro-consent, I think is even better. And, that's what you should do. Like, it's believe in the things that you define yourself by the things you believe in, not by the things you don't believe in. This is the problem with atheists, is like, they're really anti-theists, and they'll say, we don't have a position on God, really. That's not true. They are anti-God. They just don't think that they have a position. And they kind of like get away with saying that because the term technically means that, which means like lacking a belief in God versus believing in not God. But the thing is that, there is this statement that says like, the man that doesn't believe in God will believe in anything. And I always saw that was true from the time that I 2014, 2015, I started to get all this. But I didn't understand why. And then with this work of, trying to understand consciousness, trying to understand thinking, objectively thinking, I realized exactly why that's the case. And it's because in order to try and make sense of the world, our mind puts things into a hierarchy in order to, rate them in importance and in priority. And it does this with everything. It is inherent. You can't not do it. And it is because of this that if you are not a theist, you will inevitably in some way be an anti-theist, because you can't define yourself by being lacking, because it's like it's because nothingness doesn't exist objectively. So you can't be like, I am an atheist about things that are objectively true. You can be like, I have no apples in my kitchen, but like that's a subjective thing. You can't be like, existence doesn't exist. I don't believe in existence. It's like, I believe, in that existence doesn't exist. It's like, really? You don't realize that our mind works a certain way, and if we adopt certain beliefs in certain contexts, we are going to screw up our mind's ability to think. The atheist makes themselves their own God. Yeah, exactly. And that's okay. Like, for them, it's better than to do that, I think, than to make someone else God. I'm not saying it's okay to make yourself God, but if you don't see God, then don't. So I'll say this, like, my family, I have family members that don't believe in God. They're atheists, they're anti-theists. And I started this physics work, and I was explaining it to them, and I was telling them, listen, like, I am pretty sure I am like a crazy savant at physics, and I don't expect you to be able to prove it to you, because it's like to such a degree that I could prove it to very few people in the world. And at this point, and especially at that point, and I was very alone in this mission, and I was like, but I told them though, I was like, don't just believe me. And don't say that you believe me, because you don't understand what I'm saying, and I know that. So if you say you believe me, then you're lying. And if you do believe me without understanding it, then like that's not good, because you're idol worshiping me. And I told them, don't disbelieve me. Believe that I am wrong. Don't believe I'm insane, because every other aspect of my life is like normal, but uh, but don't believe that I'm correct. Believe that it's possible, but you know, don't believe in it. And I told them that. Like I told my own family, don't believe me because unless you understand it. If you understand it, then believe me. But if you don't understand it, then don't believe me. And I think that's good for a good place to be for somebody who doesn't believe, who doesn't see God, is to just be like, you know what? Going to go based on my own experiences above anyone else's. And that's the logical way to think. It is. You can't blame them for that. You don't want somebody to just adopt the views of some celebrity that they idol worship. That's worse than being like, you know what? This is my experience. That isn't really idolatry. It's not. Like it's not the same. It's not the same. And it's kind of, we shouldn't just be teaching like, oh, atheists, they make themselves their own god. It's true, but that's better than making Justin Bieber their god or something like that. You don't want that. That's when, you get really bad situations. You are designed by God to prioritize firsthand information, which means that it is the highest in the hierarchy. And sometimes that firsthand information includes knowledge of God or belief in, or enough knowledge to where it forms a picture where you do believe in God. But before that happens, you still have to trust your firsthand knowledge, your firsthand experience over the knowledge that you gain from some secondhand source. And we have big problems with this right now. And it's partially because of our school system is teaching people out of context information. They're just having people memorize things from the textbooks. And that is causing us to think that what's right is to prioritize what they teach you in school over even firsthand information. I had somebody yesterday tell me that, the races of people, he said the races of people are more different, biologically provably different. He's this guy, black guy, told me that, it's biologically true that, black men have more rhythm than white men. And I was like, maybe. I mean, I see that in my experience to some degree, so I'm not going to argue with you. And then I said, well, what else is true? Like, it's true that biologically women are not quite as strong as men. They're not. And he was like, that's not true. And I was like, what? Like, that's way more true and consistently than his statement. I'm not saying his statement wasn't true. I wasn't even denying his statement. I admitted to seeing the same perspective as him. But like that kind of thing, the reason why he's saying that though is because our culture has indoctrinated people in a way, and also our mental faculties are like playing to this. It plays to our mental faculties, which is that when you don't believe in God, you idol worship victims because it makes you feel virtuous to stick up for the little guy. If you don't view virtue as sticking up for God. And so that's why everybody becomes obsessed with victim mentality when they are anti-theists. But he said something that was totally untrue, and it was the only reason he said that is because he's putting in the priority something above his own personal experience. Like, there isn't a man on earth that has had the personal experience where women just everywhere around them were just stronger than them all the time. Like, unless you can't move. And so, I mean, I know it's not true what he said, obviously, but to be able to say that is kind of crazy. It means that you have stopped thinking in a hierarchy, which is to think about like things as prioritizing firsthand information over secondhand information. He's prioritizing a narrative in society over his firsthand experience. That's insane. Like, and I'm not judging him for that, but it is fascinating, and it just shows like our school system broke our ability to determine how to think. And that sucks for a lot of people. Like, until you learn how to think, like, critically, you're going to be so lost. Like, I don't know how you're going to come out of it, but, it's not, you know, God can do anything. Anything that can be done, God can do. So, you, if you can, realize the truth, then, he can help you show it to you. Then what are the atheists? Okay. Theory of Every0ne 1. Let's see here. Are you presuppositionalist? Somebody asked me that the other day. You know what? And this sucks to say. I mean, I don't hate this, but I don't like it. It sucks. I think that you have to, if you are an anti-theist, if you don't believe or you don't see, let's say you just don't see God around you. If you want to critically think about an idea, you have to assume the opposite of what your default status is true and then look for evidence of it. So yeah, but it's not because that is a unique perspective solely within the context of God, but it's most obvious in that context. When I was first mapping the process of thinking, it starts with, take your default status. The sky, let's say the earth, your default status is the earth is flat. You're like, okay, but I want to know if it's not flat. Okay. So then what you do is you assume it's not flat and you look for evidence of it. And that's how you would critically think about that idea. If you assume the earth is round, the opposite is true. In order to critically think about that idea, you have to assume it's flat. If your default assumption is that it's round, and then, you want to think critically about the idea and consider, like, seriously consider the idea that it may be flat, you have to assume it's flat for the sake of argument and then look for evidence for it being flat. You can't look for evidence of it being not flat when your assumption is that it's not flat, because you already have seen that evidence. You're just like reconfirming your bias. And and that will trick you into thinking that you have thought about the idea. It's not just the concept of God that you have to presuppose the something in order to test it. You have to anyway. So, like, let me show you. In my model of thinking, it says this. This was the first model I ever made. And it was one of the first things I ever realized. Where is it? It is, I'll show it to you. Damn. I need to make a new document, but here it is. Decision tree. Okay. So let's get, sorry, you're real close, I know. Screen share on here, and then now you guys can see, and I'll flip this around. Okay. So this is a decision tree of how to think. And in the step 1 of anything is reject your default status. So whatever you already believe, reject it. Assume the opposite of the default status is true, and look for evidence of that. And then test your new status against your evidence and observations, and then against, statistics on a more macro scale. So, like, that's what you need to do. So this is to presuppose, these 2 steps are to presuppose something, but it doesn't just apply to the topic of God. but it's very obvious when it does, and people very, very, very much reject the idea that they would have to presuppose the idea of God, because presupposing that the earth is flat doesn't really threaten you, like morally, individually, and your identity. But to presuppose God when you don't believe in God, that does. So they don't want to do it, and that's why it became a thing of like, is presuppositionalism true? Yes, it's true, but it's true of everything. It's not just true of, God, questioning God, but it is true of God, questioning God, and the results of doing so are much more true. So this is how I, moved from anti-theist to theist. It's because I presupposed. I was like, okay, assume we're in a simulation for the sake of argument, and then from there I was like, that sounds like God. Assume that God is the God of the Bible is the God. It's like, just assume for the sake of argument and look for it. There's all kinds of ideas that are very, very hard to do this with. Especially, it's very hard to do this with anything that's like the shape of the earth. By the way, the earth has no objective shape. Physicists will realize this one day. We already know this. We know that space is emergent. Space-time is emergent. It's not intrinsic. It's not inherent. It is emergent, which means that structure and shape is dependent upon the position of the observer. So it's like, is it a particle or is it a wave? It's both. Is it a sphere or is it flat? Well, it appears flat when you're inside it, and it appears to be a sphere when you're outside it. And it's really both and neither, because you determine actually like what you're seeing. It's like this thing right here. Let's get to this thing right here. Is it a particle? Is it a square? Is it squares? Is it a wave? Or is it, a spiraling helix in the center? It's all of them at once. Just depends on which question you ask. You ask the question, do you see the square? Yep. Do you see the squares? Yep. Do you see the wave? Yep. And do you see the spiral? Yep. Like, it's all of them. And it just depends on the question that you're asking, and which will determine what returns to your view. But that's true of even the shape of the earth. But you just ask the question by making an observation, just like in the double slit experiment. But with the shape of the earth thing, it's about moving from inside the earth to outside the earth. It's not on earth or off earth. It's inside earth and outside earth. There's four primary perspectives: inside, outside, separate, and oneness. If you want to objectively understand anything, you have to examine it through the lens of those perspectives. And so, if you don't do that, though, then you're going to become confused. It's very easy. But physicists know that space-time is emergent, and yet they'll mock people who say the earth is flat. I'm not saying that people who say the earth is flat are more right than people who say that the earth is a sphere. They're not. But don't treat one as if it's right above the other, because it's not. It's just, they're both dependent on your perspective. Everybody knows this in physics. It's not, they just don't, like, our cognitive dissonance is so bad that we don't apply it everywhere that we should. And we'll just mock people for being flat earthers. And then they'll be like, yeah, well, did you know, like, flat earthers are really stupid, but if you're really smart, then you know that space-time is emergent. It's like, that doesn't work. You can't say that. You can't say it has an objective shape and space-time is emergent. The atheist makes themselves their own God. When are the atheists' parents? Then what are the atheist parents? I don't know what you mean. Something will fill the gap of God. Yes, to always. To anyone who doesn't believe in God. Yep. Seems like a lot of unnecessary work to fill such a big gap. it is a lot of unnecessary work, but not everybody can see God. It's not up to us to show them either. You can't do it. Good luck. You can't. You don't get to choose who comes to see God. He alone gets to do it because it's not based on what you tell somebody, it's based on their perspective. And because it has to be based on firsthand information. Now, people idol worship religions, and when that happens, that's when you're accepting a secondhand narrative of God as above your firsthand experience. If you don't see God in your life, but you do, but you'll argue that, Catholicism is the only way to salvation or something like that, but even though you don't actually like see that firsthand, you just like believe it because people have told you. That's not good either. So like you can idol worship religion. It's very easy actually. It's one of the most commonly idol worshipped things out there. It's funny because like in Islam, the most common idol worship is idol worship of Muhammad. And he didn't want to be an idol. So like they don't even draw him because they didn't want to make him an idol. But by making him the only person that you can't draw, you get an idol. Separated him, put him on a pedestal above everybody else. It backfired because they defined it by like, we don't want to make him an idol. And in just that situation, I'm not saying Islam is idol worship. Islam is not idol worship. But there are many people who are Muslims who were idol worship Muhammad, but there are Jews that idol worship, their, culture, and there are Catholics that idol worship the church. It's, and the Pope, and like it's idol worship is quite common in all three of the Abrahamic traditions. It's just different for each one. But the most oddly ironic one is it's probably the Muhammad one. It's like very interesting. I worry that atheists are compensating for trauma their parents installed on them because silence is comforting. I think everybody has trauma. I don't think that atheists are compensating for that necessarily. Maybe some are, but I don't think that's the cause of atheism. I think our education system screwed us up. And also being so disconnected from reality. Like, if you can get to the point where you truly can't say that men are stronger than women, basically always, almost. And then you're so disconnected from interaction with the real world that, of course, you don't see God. I mean, you're only stuck in a city and it's just telling you things. You don't see stars at night. You don't, see the changing of nature. You don't see living things growing, birthing, dying. You don't see, that things compost and then regrow in a different form. And you don't see that men and women need each other because they have certain degrees of freedom and constraints, certain talents and weaknesses that give them meaning to each other. If you don't live in that environment, of course you don't see God. You're so disconnected. It's like odd because you think you're so connected when you live in the city. You're like, I'm so connected to the world. It's like you're very connected to the technological world, but you're not connected to the natural world anymore. And it's always a superposition. It's if something goes down on this side, it has to go up on this side. So the more connected you get to technology, at least right now, not the Messianic era, but every time up before that, more connected you get to technology, the less connected you get to the natural world. The more connected you get to the natural world, the less connected you get to technology. And anybody that says otherwise is wrong until the Messianic era. Learn how to think critically. Yeah, you have to learn how to think critically on your own. You can't be taught, I don't think. I had a talk with Will Rouge, a high school teacher, on here a few weeks ago, and I really like him. But this is something that we disagreed on. But at the same time, maybe I'm wrong. He says that he has taught some people how to think critically. Maybe he has. I think it's more though about like, because the way you described it is he'll just argue against your point no matter what. And I think that is how you teach somebody to be think critically. But you don't teach somebody how to think critically by showing them the structure. I don't think. I mean, yes, but you have to internalize that idea. You like I showed you that structure. If I taught that to people in schools and they just accepted it blindly and memorized it for some test, I don't think that they would. Like, yeah, I think it would backfire. But if you internalize the idea, um, because you come from you're challenging person anyways, then you can kind of look at that and it can help you keep an outline, um, and keep yourself in check. But you have to kind of get to that point on your own at first. So you have to be allowed to learn how to think critically. One of my mentors growing up, he's a herpetologist, which means someone who studies reptiles and amphibians. And I mean, he's kind of a zoologist at this point. He studies birds as well. But he is world famous. And once the very first time I spoke to him, I was like asking him a question, and basically I asked him if he had any spare of a kind of lizard, and I had like a girl and I wanted a boy for her. And I was like, "You have any like of this kind of lizard?" And he was like, "Yep." And I was like, I was probably like 12, and he's like, I didn't know what else to say, but I kind of was in an awkward moment, so I just said whatever came to my mind next to stall for time, and I was like, "Well, how many do you have?" And he was like, "Well, what do you care? You only want one." And from that moment on, I'll never forget it, because I was like, "Well, yep, that's true. I only want one. Doesn't really matter how many you have, if as long as you have at least one." And it showed the importance of relevance when it came to thinking critically. And you only learn how to think critically when you screw up like that and somebody calls it out, or when it leads to failure that you recognize. And that's how you teach people how to learn, how to think critically. But we're not allowed to do that in school. We're not supposed to challenge ideas. You're not supposed to think differently. You're not supposed to find a new way to solve the math problem. You're supposed to show that you memorized how to do it the way that the teacher told you. Just not thinking critically. And you spend 8 hours of your day not being allowed to learn how to learn. You're just sitting there memorizing and being obedient, which is neither one of those things are critical thinking, or questioning. Challenge. You have to challenge. That's why you take your default status, you assume the opposite is true, and then you look for evidence of that. You presuppose the inverse of your default state, and then look for evidence of that in order to critically challenge, or critically think something, or critically consider something, truthfully, honestly consider something. And if you don't do that, you cannot think. You just will trick yourself into thinking that you're thinking. It's only one way. And you have to learn it through firsthand experience. That's why you have to learn how to think critically. You can't be taught. This is why when people are like critical race theory or something, like, they're not, like, you can see it's like, it's a huge critical theory in college now is not about challenging the narrative. They are a narrative. They're just accepting. And it started as challenging the default status, and that there's value in that, but the problem is that when you industrialize that, and it grows to an idea grows to the point beyond where people are discovering it organically because they themselves are questioning it and going down that path, like everybody here. When all of my physics ideas that are true, whichever ones they are, which is, it's going to be many of them, whenever they are eventually taught to the mainstream or accepted by the mainstream, they will be misinterpreted at that point. And I know that. It kind of sucks, but I just have to be as clear as I can and just know that that is a phenomenon. It's because it's like when I ask people, I used to watch these physics shows, and so I thought that I had more knowledge of physics than most people. I'd be like, did you know that string theory is a thing, and everything's made of little strings? It's like, how did I know it? I didn't know that. Or when people you ask people, do you even know how the universe began? Yeah, the Big Bang. It's like, well, what caused the Big Bang, dude? Like it doesn't. It's you're not actually thinking critically. You're just repeating information that you've been told, and the group has decided that this is the mark of somebody who knows what's true, and it's not actually accurate. It doesn't mean that even if it is true, it's not critical thinking. You don't know why the Big Bang happened. I'll tell you, but you don't know. Like, probably, unless you've been watching my streams, then you know. I hope. But it's not a Big Bang. It's growing organ. You're inside a growing organism. It's like a Big Bang was a conception after a bang. It wasn't. It was literally a conception. It's like imagine you are a cell inside of a baby that's developing in a womb, and you see like growth, massive growth, and then grows up into human being that is birthed out into the world, and you grow up to be an adult, and everybody's asking, is the universe gonna stop expanding and then it's gonna contract, or is it gonna expand on out forever? There is a perspective that we will view, and I don't know what perspective it is. We'd have to find it, but I guarantee you there's a perspective where we will see eventually a stopping of the expansion of the universe. And it might come very sudden. You grow until you stop. It's like when you are 15, 16, 17 years old as a male at least, like you sprout up super fast, and that's what it looks like when the universe is expanding. And but you're inside it. It's like being inside of a growing being. But then you don't see it coming, but all of a sudden just growth will stop. It's like, and right at that point will be the point where this universe births another universe. Just like that is the point where we become sexually mature, that's also going to be when the universe becomes sexually mature. And I mean that in the most literal sense. It's not a metaphor. And that will bring us to gender, as we're talking about like that. But it's a hazing ritual. Okay, let's see this. It's a hazing ritual to accept debt. You feel committed when it's too late. Debt is a superposition thing. It's like we are all indebted in many ways. But the problem is we're focusing now too much on financial debt. But like you're indebted to your parents. Like they sacrificed their time and energy and space and love to have you, and it's not even really a sacrifice, but they gave it, and now you owe them. And it's like they change. It's like when I say that the most objective definition of honor your mother and father is to listen to them when you're young and to take care of them when they're old. And today we don't really listen to them when we're young, and not as much. I mean, all kids have always have some type of rebelliousness to them because that's critical thinking. That's good, but we in the West put them inside of nursing homes and stuff like that instead of changing their diapers, just like they changed ours. It's like it's the same thing as like when you get a cart to go into the grocery store, you shop, and then you go back to your car. Don't leave the cart in the parking lot. Go put it back in like at least the thing in the parking lot. If you don't clean up your mess a little bit and reset it for the next person, then it's just going to cause this like snowball effect where we have a huge moral tragedy of the commons. And like you have to do that kind of thing. You're indebted, but we don't view morality outside of, weird politics these days. So we don't think about that so much as we think about putting a black square on our Instagram. And then we go and put down, 30-year mortgages. Don't do that. I mean, if you can avoid it, I think we'll be able to avoid it with 3D printing pretty soon. But until then, it's really hard. But everything else in your life, do not go into debt. Do not go into debt for your education. Do not go into debt for your marriage. Do not go into debt for anything at all other than go into debt for like medical expenses if you have to. Your life is more about, and your health and That's more valuable than money. But don't get the nice car that causes you to take out a loan when you could buy the $2,500 to $3,500 car that's perfectly decent, and you drive that until you can afford to buy, the one that you really want. And if you can never afford the one that you really want, then you just can't. It's fine. If people start doing that, the cars will come down in cost. Like, don't buy the Tesla because you can afford the monthly payments and the down payment. Buy the Tesla if you can pay for it in full. Buy that diamond ring, engagement ring, if you can pay for it in full. If you can't, do not buy it. Buy a smaller one. But health, I will say, go into debt for health. It's not worth your health. But and I understand people need a roof over their head, and our current system makes it very hard to have a roof over your head without a rent or a mortgage, which are basically the same thing. If you have rent to pay and you signed a lease, you're in debt. It's the same thing. But hopefully in the future we can find a way to overcome that, but it's going to take a lot of change. See what questions are going on YouTube, and then we'll talk about gender. What up? Been a while. What's up, Bitcoin Bear? Amen to that. God can do anything. God can do anything that can be done. That's what I'll say. That's how you avoid that question of, can God make a rock so heavy you can't lift it? It's a stupid question. It in some ways, it's a bad question because it's in the wrong context. You can't do something that can't be done, even if you're God. So God can do anything that can be done. That's all that matters. Hey, Tyler, was there something to what you said about the world being a pyramid that one time? Yes, there is. The objective shape. But it's not that the world is a pyramid. It's that the universe is a tetrahedron because it's a consciousness. There isn't actually a world. Like, what we think of as planets, I don't think are really much of anything. Like, there's clearly an explanation. It's my drink. There's clearly an explanation for the observation of planets, but they are the universe. They are the universe that we can interact with, and the universe is a tetrahedron because it's a 4-aspect thing, just like your tetrahedron, though, too. So you could say the objective shape of everything that is objectively true, which is in, sentient beings, in that periodicity of growth, hadrons, atoms, molecules, cells, organisms, families, castes, and then, universe, technology, that everything in that structure is a pyramid, essentially, because it's all a tetrahedron, every single one of them. But not really Earth is a it's not that Earth is a tetrahedron. It's that the universe is a tetrahedron. Okay. Anyone else have any pyramid Earth theories? Yeah, I mean, the universe, it's a pyramid universe theory, and it's not a theory. It's accurate. It's made of, at the very smallest level of holons. It is, those holons are most objectively tetrahedrons, which is a pyramidal shape. And then this is a tetrahedron, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know. It's a 4-sided shape, which means that there's 4 aspects to it. So inside, outside, separate, and oneness, or sweet, sour, salty, bitter, or yellow, green, blue, red, which is like the 4 colors that are like kind of really primary. But it's like everywhere that you look, you will find a 4 manifest. And that's when you see it in geometry, it's the first 3-dimensional shape that you see. It's a 4-sided shape, which of 3-sided two-dimensional shapes, which is, you know, triangle, but it manifests as a pyramid. Hard to believe one could be that indoctrinated as to deny gender differences. Oh, it's blows my mind, heavy equipment. It's it's like I sit there and I wonder. I feel bad for people. Like I was not Rico Suave in elementary school, middle school. I mean, elementary school, who cares? But like middle school, still who cares really? But high school, I was terrible with girls, guys. I couldn't speak to girls like well. I had no confidence with girls. That's what I'll say. I had no confidence. And but like I knew we were different, and like these. But then I grew up, and like I'm engaged, which is, you know, that's a success story as far as like interactions with the opposite sex or gender. Same thing, like the physical manifestations that we see of, I mean, it's not the same thing, but sex is the physical manifestation of the force that is pervasive in everything that we call gender. So sex is on the organism level. We're going to go over this actually because I'm going to write it out in a minute, because this is like I'm having good thoughts. But when you look at things on the level of an organism, sex is the manifestation of gender. When you look at things on a political level, left versus right is the manifestation of gender. And which is really like libertarianism and communism, essentially. Individualism versus it's individualism versus collectivism. I don't even like calling it left and right, but hold on. I dropped a magnet. I fidget with everything. When I was a kid, I used to fidget with pencils, and I would just snap them by accident. So now that I'm older, I know that, and I fidget with things that can't be broken, like little shapes or my pocket knife or something like that. But or magnets. But basically, like gender, it occurs everywhere that exists in that objective stack that I always show. And so when people say gender is different from sex, it's not, but it is. It's a superposition always. Every single one of these great debates is a superposition. It's always both. Sex is gender. But it's not the totality of gender. But gender is like the totality of sex. Like your biological sex is the physical manifestation on the organism level of the gendered forces, which is the active and reactive forces of information. So, what was it about the cart? It was about putting the cart back when you're done with it at the grocery store is the same thing as taking care of your parents when they get old, just because they took care of you. You're indebted to them. That's what it was about. It's about really actually morally being indebted versus we were talking about in being indebted because of money. But let's go over gender. Like, this is going to be fascinating at this point. Okay, screen share. If you are on Instagram, it's much better looking on YouTube, because I don't have to hold like man, this is tough. This is a little tough. Okay, I'm trying Instagram, sorry, but it's tough. There we go. That's the best I can do. So, actually, that's pretty good for those of you who stayed. But you can look on YouTube if you want to see it really clear, like they're seeing it on here. It's nice. But let's map out what gender is. So, gender only occurs in from one perspective, though, and that is the objective perspective of multiplicity. It doesn't occur in relativity. So when you look at a knife, it can have like, you can look at something, a painting or clothing or, a knife or something like that, and it can have a gendered perspective. The only difference between a gendered perspective and a non-gendered perspective in an inanimate object, though, or the perspective that creates an inanimate object, is whether or not it is designed to appeal to you or whether or not it is designed purely to do a task. If it is designed to appeal to you or to be appealing, that's actually reactive, and it is kind of like, that's why like women wear, pretty clothes, or like the nice shoes, or they like the way that, decorations look or something like that. Men in general, we don't care as much about it, but sometimes people do. But when they do, that's feminine, and I'm not saying that's bad. It's just we're all feminine to some degree. Even my firearms, I only buy green guns and green knives. It's like, to carry a knife and to carry a gun, it is, and to carry a flashlight, which I always do, I recommend that too, is a masculine thing because you're carrying something for the sake of it being a utilitarian tool. But to carry only green ones, that's a little bit feminine, because you're basically like focusing on, you're not the focus isn't on whether or not it looks good, but you're incorporating also the fact that it looks good. So this is why when women get buying power in the market of a country, the economy explodes. It blooms, and I mean that in a positive way. It blooms because, if men were the only people buying things, you'd have two different kinds of genes, not infinite. We just wouldn't care that much. We'd be like, there's dark genes and there's light genes, and there's cheap genes and there's expensive genes, and that'd be it. You'd have 4 types of genes. But with women in the market, they make it so that things are appealing. So that's how gender manifests in inanimate objects. Is it made to be aesthetically appealing, or is it made to be enjoyable to use, or is it purely utilitarian? That utilitarian aspect of it is masculine, and the appealing aspect of it is feminine. But if we're going to look at the true manifestation of gender, like as not just like, not in inanimate things, but in objective, reality, not in relativistic reality, you have to look here. Where is it? Right here. So let's take this. Let's go here. Paste it. We're going to go through this and we're going to show gender. So basically, this is male, or let's say this, masculine. What's going on here? Let's do this. 14. There we go. Excel is amazing. It really is. You can just do things so fast. Okay. Masculine / active force / self-aware force. Then this one is the feminine, and it is the reactive, and it is the other aware force. and it is it's hard to see over my phone that I keep in front of the computer for people on Instagram. But so, you know, make it real. What's masculine? Blue. Okay, there you go. Feminine, masculine. This is the leader. So you could also add this. Leading. And this is the following. I've never done this, but I think that we're gonna like make a lot of progress today actually on this, like in a relatively short amount of time. I've never defined it so well though, and across all levels in an actual model. I've thought about it, but I've never actually like turned it into a model. But I think it will help. Okay. There. And this is always collectivistic. It's always an assembly. It's always a wave. It's the body. And this is always the head. It is the particle. It is singularity. It is one being. And you're an individual. This is the collective. That's why these are assemblies. So a cell is an assembly of molecules. And think about, you know, why women have to be this. Why they have to be the other aware force. They're not self-aware because we can only focus on one thing at once. They can either focus on themselves or they can focus on others. Men too. We can either focus on ourselves or we can focus on others. The reality is you have to do both at the same time. This is why you have to get married, is because if you don't, and you're a man, you're going to be stuck here. But you won't have this. You won't have anybody following you, so what's the point of being the head? You're not the head. You're the head of you're a chicken with its head cut off. You know? Same thing if you're a woman without, you know, a man. It's like you are only aware of others and totally lacking in self-awareness because it's the man that gets the woman to be self-aware. And it has to be a man who she trusts, otherwise you don't take any kind of criticism ever. And it is the woman who gets the man to be aware of others and it has to be his woman, otherwise his tendency is to like you know, objectify, you know, sentient beings. And so if you don't care about the person as a person, then you're going to objectify them. And that is a lacking of awareness of their beingness. Okay? So that makes you blind. You're one-eyed. They're also one-eyed. You have to have two eyes. That's why I only want married people voting, because anybody else doesn't get it. And but when you're going through this, basically, even on every single level, you have like so in quarks you have up quarks and down quarks. So this is, you know, this one, it's feminine, and then this one is masculine. And so then the next level, at the hadrons, you have protons and you have neutrons. People think it's an electron because that's a negative. It's not true. Women are reactive. They're not the electron, the negative force, the entropy force that we see, which is not inherent but it's emergent, that is not reactive. It's active, but it's just the other side of the active force that is coming from God, not from us. Women are reactive if they are the neutron. They're neutral. They take up the charge of here. So then when you look here, go to molecules. I think that this would be like charged, and we're gonna look this up because this is a part where I can't claim to know this for sure, but I guarantee you that there is a manifestation of gender on this level, and we're gonna look into it. You know, balanced, essentially. Then the next level is molecules. So let's do this. Here. I'm glad that we're doing work. I haven't done like this work on here in a while. I don't know how much you guys find it interesting, but like this is how I come up with all those models. Okay, so we've got this. And then let's just keep going. I'm gonna guess this is whoa, what is happening? Prokaryotic. Oh, that's spelled horribly. I know it's spelled wrong. We're gonna fix it. And then eukaryotic. We're gonna look all these things up to make sure that we're correct, but these are just my initial guesses on these. I know the protons and neutrons and the quarks. I don't know this right here. I'm guessing this right here. Obviously, I know this is male and female. And then in a family, this would be father. I think this would be that. And mother, I think, but I know that that's kind of weird though because these are like almost the same. We're gonna think more about it, and I'll check your comments in a minute to see maybe you guys have good ideas. This would be government. Wait, no, actually, take that back. This is government, and this is. That's weird though, actually. Market. I think that's correct. Yeah, that's correct, actually. Then that's definitely correct. So government, yeah, and market. Okay, so then this would be, it is the interface between basically, it's like, this would be there you go. Or you could say this is technology. Or what's the right way to word this? I want to say it's probably just technology. Yeah, it's technology. Okay. I don't want to say it's the machines or the machine, but it's a quantum computer essentially. But it's the it is it's the network controller that we eventually have in a quantum computer. But I'm trying to make that kind of not so long. Okay, so let's look this up now. If that makes sense, though, I think that makes sense. Gender is, and then masculine, active. Okay, there we go. Now we got to do some research because I don't know. Some of these. And they would be these ones. If you know, and I guess maybe these ones, but probably less so these ones. But then we'll also look at these. These are my areas of not being completely like confident, but everything else here I am completely confident. Okay. At every job that I've ever had where I was doing statistical analysis, which is, a lot of them, basically, it's not even a lot of them, it's all of them. One of the most important things always to every single person who was my boss was that I was like very good at organizing the information, even with the borders and the colors. People will mock my colors in the physics community, but like if that's just because they don't want to delve into why they're there. If you delve into why they're there, it makes perfect sense. Like they make it easier to understand, but and make connections. But this is kind of actually it keeps wanting to drag me over, so we're gonna just go here. Okay. So now let's go and let's look at the questions, and then I will. Have you heard of the Gaia website? Yes, I've heard of the Gaia website. I think that they produce some great content. The demiurge, Latin roots, is demiurgos, meaning divine craftsman. Yeah, it's like Jesus was a carpenter. It's the it's the Messiah. I think that's what the demiurge would be. Is it that? If it's the Antichrist, then we're gonna have to think about that for a minute. But it's even then it makes sense a little bit. But it actually does make sense. But it's just one of those designers or builders is aware that consciousness is the fundamental structure. The other one is a materialist. The wise one is not a materialist. That's the Messiah. So, but yeah, I mean, the the messianic structure is said to be basically the recorder for God. Basically, in some ways, it's like the Metatron. Metatron is the Messiah, and the Metatron is, I think, the demiurge. Same thing, but it is they build the next universe, and then they take recordings and then feed it into, the larger whole that is God, and makes sense. So, let's see questions here. Um, Putting carts away takes away someone's job. Some like rounding them up, some don't. The main thing is to make sure they aren't in anyone's way. That's definitely true, Chris, but I would say put the cart in one of those things. As somebody who worked at Walgreens for years and did have that job of going and getting the carts, the only reason why the only time I ever liked going and getting the carts is when I wanted to just do nothing else. And so it was like a time suck. But at the same time, at Walgreens we only have one place to return the carts, versus at a supermarket there's all those other, little places. Just put them in one of those little places is all I'm saying, so that they don't roll into somebody's car or something like that. I'm not saying bring it back to the store. I'm saying put it back in that cart return little thing in the parking lot, so it's out of somebody else's way. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying take away their job. I'm saying, uh, you know, don't leave it in the middle of the parking lot. Same thing as it's not your job to take your trash to the dump, but it is your job to put the trash in the trash can. That's what I'm saying. And you have an obligation to put your trash in the trash can so that nobody else has to pick it up. But then it is someone's job to pick up the trash cans and to bring them all to the dump. From now on, I'm leaving carts on the outskirts. The lazy people can leave them there. Be a man and carry all your goods. Yeah, exactly. Don't even get a car. God gave you 2 arms. Hopefully. They banned single-use plastic bags here. Most people here use reusable bags or none at all. I know they banned them here too, but I still buy the plastic ones because I use them in our trash bins. But yeah, you have to pay for them now. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's not ridiculous. You're taking something, I don't have a problem with it. I just don't want it to be. I don't like that it's mandated by law, which makes it artificial. But I'm fine with paying for it. But that payment would go organically into the cost of the goods. So you always paid for the bags. You never didn't. They were never free. It's just one. Just now the cost is mandated, and I don't really actually agree with that. If you're gonna do that, then you gotta have a mandatory cost for plastic consumption in general. And I actually do think we should get away from plastic as much as possible. I think it's an amazing material, but I think it's causing all kinds of weird hormonal changes for us. I think it's bad. You're making something out of dead things. That's what it is. But it's not it's like you're making something out of rotten dead things, but rotten, petrified, dead, liquefied, life. I don't know. There's something about it. There's something ugly about petroleum products. As much as, people on the right would be like, it takes everybody out of poverty. Yeah, it's a step in the process. It's not meant to be the final place. Will someone who calls themselves an anti-Semite eventually become a Jew? Sometimes. Let me tell you something. Jewish nature, or Israelite nature, is to fight. And if you are very hostile, if you have a fight the system mentality towards, Jews, you probably are an Israelite, and an exaggerated one at that. And maybe you should convert. But if you want to keep the Sabbath, go for it. I will accept you. But only if, you accept Jewish values. All from the same family. Yes, we are all from the same family, but the Israelite relationship with the with which I've spoken here about the 2 natures to humanity that I predict and that I found in Naked Mole Rats, which is dispersers and I think sustainers is what I'm that the sustainers is my term. Dispersers is a term that was already coined by the biologists for the discontent, the intrinsically discontent naked mole rats that are the information transfer mechanisms of mole rat colonies, which is exactly what people probably largely in the West, not only in the West, but largely in the West, are for humanity. That relationship between dispersers and sustainers is a marriage relationship. It is one family, actually. They're still separate natures, but they are one family. It's just this. Sustainers, dispersers. For this. Israelites or Gentiles. This is not, you're not, if you're watching the stream, you're probably not a Gentile. You're not a Jew. But that's, to be a Gentile is not a non-Jew. It's, you can be a lost Israelite and be not Jewish, but not a Gentile, which is probably everybody that I know, everybody that's interested in my work, everybody that you know, like, you don't, I don't think I know any Gentiles. They just don't do they have different pursuits, you know? Like, you just don't, you don't associate with people naturally who have different goals than you because you just end up in different places in society. It's just a natural phenomenon. That's why it's kind of hard to predict this right here, but I guarantee, I would bet more than every dime in my bank account right now, that, which is, you know, a decent amount because I'm saving for my wedding, that this is going to be genetically discovered within the next 10 years. And they'll be able to tell. And it will go through the matrilineal lineage as well. They'll discover it. But the thing is like, so even among this, so even within Israelites, you have this structure here. You have lost Israelites. And you have Jews. Okay, so within this, there's this relationship. And then this relationship is within humans in general. So like this is humanity. Which is also in you know, this is scientific terms, this is biblical terms, but they're the same thing. But then within this group right here, the dispersers / Israelites, this is, you know, your term if you're relating it to scripture, and this is your term if you are relating it to you know, scientific terminology. This is what you have. You have lost Israelites and you have Jews, which are people who know that they're dispersers and people who don't, but are. And that relationship exists too. But it's not as it's still, that's a relativistic relationship though, whereas this is an objective relationship. There is no overlap of traits. Whereas here, they basically have the same traits, just a lot of times this is exaggerated, but sometimes not. Sometimes the most discontent people are these people. And sometimes they hate these people. But that's, you know, that's can be what happens. But when we realize that we are actually, the universe and existence itself and God is a giant marriage structure, we realize we're all in this together, and that when one of us succeeds, the other one succeeds. And if it looks like one of us is succeeding above the other, then we're both actually losing. It's just one of them realizes that it's losing and the other one hasn't realized that it's losing yet. It's like when you're when men sit there and they're like, you know, think that women are getting hurt by, you know, I don't know, casual hookups, and men are like, we're not getting hurt, we win at that. And then like years later, you know, there's a bunch of the majority of women are now, you know, extremely hurt and angry at men, and they don't make, you know, the easiest people to get into permanent relationships with at that point. It's like then it becomes apparent that you actually both of you got hurt, just one of them took longer to realize it than the other. One of them was hurt directly, the other one was hurt indirectly. That's true of the relationship of everything that exists. There is no actual war. War between two forces are not real. Like the correct way to look at a war, like, and I don't mean the war like just like, you know, war between people. I mean any kind of conflict. The correct way to look at conflict is like a married couple arguing. And if you don't look at it as a married couple arguing, and you look at it as a, you know, predator and prey, that's not good, because that's not true. There is, you do eat lower levels, but like that's humans eating animals, you know, like, and then animals eating plants, and then, you know, plants though eat dead animals. So it's like that's a cycle in and of itself. But at the same time, that is because it's like, are plants at the top of the food chain if they're the ones that are actually eating dead things? Like they eat everything. You know, I don't. The food chain thing is much more relativistic than people think. It's like IQ. Everybody thinks IQ is objective, is an objective measurement. It's not. It's just, you know, it's just wide ranging in its impacts, but it's not objective. You know, degrees of freedom and constraints are what frame what is objective, not some processing speed, sliding scale of variance. That's relativity. Just like, um, you know, anything to do with within people that are, you know, you view as having the same goals as you, but if you don't believe that, if you believe that someone has the same goals as you, or and if they do essentially, then they are like, to make any other comparisons between them is to look at them through a relativistic lens. But there is an objective line between that goes down, you know, the middle of humanity, and that is this one. And it's a marriage. It's not a competition. These people need these people just as much as men need women. If you get rid of this, this will go away. And if you get rid of this, this will go away. Same thing with this. You get rid of that, and this will go away. Or you get rid of this, and this will go away. They are dependent. It's a dependent structure. But this is very difficult to grasp if you're paying attention to the narratives that are going on, and you can't, and you haven't yet like internalized this enough to start seeing this around you, because you have to see it in your from your own, you know, firsthand perspective always in order to really internalize something and understand it. So you have to believe that this structure is a marriage structure because you see it firsthand, and it's easy to see that it wouldn't be that way, and that it would be these people versus these people. And I've seen that first-hand perspective, but I just wasn't complete yet in my understanding. But I mean, nobody's totally complete in their understanding, but at the same time, if you haven't reached the level of seeing that existence is not at war with itself, it's one being. God is not at war with himself. He's not. And if you don't realize that, then you're looking at something from a relativistic lens. Maybe there are people that are at war with God, but he's not at war with them. And that's, they're going to fail in that war because he can't lose. So, but this is a real objective line. This is actually, there's an objective line that that we haven't created, but it's like as far as there's a consensual line that's objective between these two, but the difference in their fundamental nature is there is no difference. So it's like the line between these two is a line that is consensually able to be crossed. It's a crossable line. Okay? It's objective, but it's a crossable line. You can't move the line. It's only in one spot, but you can cross it. Just like you can cross between castes, you can start off as a janitor, which is a laborer, but you can end up a king in today's society, or president. You can move between castes. You can move between these two. You cannot move between these two. If you're born this, you cannot ever be this, and if you're born this, you cannot ever be this. It's an objective, natural difference that can never change. But this, you can make choices. And these cannot ever be these. And not because they're not allowed, but because they'll never try. If these people don't proselytize, just so you know, just to get into religion a little bit, or not religion, but Abrahamic traditions. People have been asking me a lot about Jews lately, so I'm going to say this. Nobody in actual like Jewish, like the underlying what's it called? Metaphysics of what, defines conversion and stuff like that. Nobody actually says you were this and then you became this. No, it's that you were this and you became this. It's not that you were this and became this. And anybody that says that you were this and then became this doesn't actually know what's going on. And they haven't studied it enough, because it doesn't even say that you were this and became this. It says you were, when you read the Jewish scripture, it'll say you were this Jewish. Your soul was Jewish. You just didn't know it. And then you discovered it and you reconnected. You rejoined. You rediscovered yourself. But really what it is that you were this and then you became this, which is self-aware Israel, right? And that's because these people don't proselytize. So you're never going to have somebody whose fundamental nature is content, which is this. Their default state is to be content. That is not going to be somebody who chooses all on their own to join an entirely new group, and then they were born into. It's not because they're not allowed. It's just that they won't. That's why it kind of creates an objective line. But you could go up to these people and tell them, hey, have you heard the good news? Or you can be like, have you read the Quran? And as long as you are proselytizing to them, they might accept, Islam or Christianity or any other ideology that you are, pushing their way. But if you never push it their way, they're never going to find it. These people are constantly searching. This is the West. That's why they go and they have to spread everything around the world and invent all kinds of new things and go to the moon. You don't go to the moon if you're this, right here. Or you don't try and go to the moon. You don't climb Mount Everest if you're this. You look for food, and you find a partner, and you have children, and you have your family, and you do your job, and you're happy. But you're not like, I really need something more. Maybe I should go climb the highest mountain in the world for no reason other than to say that I did it. It's like, if you do that, this right here, this one, not this one. That's why you don't know any of these people. You just know these people. If you're listening to this stream, you are climbing Mount Everest right now. It's just a digital Mount Everest. Why are you listening to me? Because you want knowledge that you don't even know what it will pertain to. It's not gonna, you don't know that it's gonna help you get food. You just are searching. Why? Because you're this. You know, you might be this, but it's the same thing. It doesn't matter. See that? Let's see the comments on that. Glad you made it, Chris. Technology's reactive side should be singularity. I don't know. I don't think so. Any singularity would be on the masculine side, not the feminine side, which is the reactive side. The feminine side, the reactive side, is multiplicity. Will someone who calls themselves, okay, an anti-Semite become a Jew? We already talked about that. We're all from the same family. Yes, we are. There's only one human, like humanity. Like Dennis Prager says, there's only one race, the human race. I actually agree with that. I think that to call something a race implies that it is competing, and we're not. We need to realize we need to get married or we're all going to lose. And there is no winners and losers in this at this level. Like it's a relativistic limited understanding that makes us think that that's the case. There are people that are at war with God. That's the only true war that exists. And God is not even at war with those people. It's just that they're at war with God. I believe they found the same thing with the rat utopia experiments. Interesting. That makes perfect sense. But I mean, rats are not as eusocial as naked mole rats. So they're not going to be as defined probably, but full disclosure, I bring all carts back to the store because our grocery store doesn't have a cart corral. Yeah, it just depends on which store it is. I believe. What do you think of someone thinking of themselves as pro-white? Think about what that means, and if you can figure it out in a way that is not reactive just because other people are telling you can't be, then that's okay. But the problem is that a lot of people who adopt that mentality are not that mentality, just because it is that way, actively. It's not organic. It's a reaction to being told that they can't be that's making them that. And I understand that impulse. But that being reactive is to define yourself as something that is that you disagree by, that which you disagree with. It's to define yourself as that which you don't believe in. Even though you're saying you're pro something, are you only saying that because someone told you can't? I don't know. Same thing as like if you're saying like I'm pro-black, is that because at some point they said that somebody tried to keep you down because of that? If that's the case, then you're being reactive. Like whatever you do, be active. This is like what when Benjamin used to say this. He's like, I'm not a supremacist, I'm an enthusiast. Like, I personally can say I'm a Jewish enthusiast, but I recognize that like all of humanity makes it or none of us do. Like, so you can realize that you're more closely tied to one group than another, but don't think that you aren't entirely tied to everyone, because you are. Like any objective group is entirely tied to any other objective group. You cannot get rid of uh, any aspect of the universal pattern and maintain life or growth in existence. You can't get rid of, you know, any race, any of what we call races. Now we don't see the always the value of one to the other, but easily. But the thing is that those are phenotypical expressions. They're not actual like differences, but they manifest from real structures in reality. And if you're going to go after those manifestations of something that is a real pattern that is reality, it's not part of reality. That pattern, that binary triality pattern that persists in the phenotypical expressions in humans and in religions and in subatomic particles like fermions and in atoms. I mean, and in a marriage, it's everywhere. If you go after that pattern and you think that that a proton is at war with a neutron, you're going. That's how you spiral into nonsense, chaos, decay. Growth only has one pattern, and it is a cooperative, consensual, marital pattern of forces. Okay. So mm, only the dispersals. Okay. To disperse carts and leave. That's hilarious. Just make sure you tell one of the young kids about it to do, so the older woman doesn't get stuck with it. IQ doesn't have to be objective to be a useful metric. Of course it doesn't have to be objective to be a useful metric. All relativistic perspectives are useful, but that doesn't mean that they lead to a true understanding of the world. Relativistic perspectives help us maneuver in space-time, and that's it. That's it. They don't help us do anything else. They don't actually help you make sense. They help you maneuver. The perspectives that we see in relativity help us maneuver in space-time. But if you want to understand what you're doing in space-time, you need these patterns, objective patterns that are about constraints and degrees of freedom. They're not about anything within relativity, including IQ. Anything that's a sliding scale is relativistic. That's why IQ isn't it. It's not that I'm trying to deny its importance in your maneuver, your ability to maneuver in space-time. Of course, it has an enormous effect in how you maneuver in the change matrix that is space-time. Just like the speed that you can run and the size of your bank account and the size of your house and everything else that's relativistic. But and the way that you look to some degree, that is a very often relativistic, but there is still like there's still objective patterns found in relativity, but they are the relativistic metrics, I guess, or I guess you could say, or scaling metrics maybe, that help you maneuver. First, they are useless without understanding where you are. This shows you where you are. These patterns, all these objective patterns, they show you where you are. And then you use things like IQ and speed and strength and money and power and looks and everything else in order to maneuver from there. But if you don't know where you are to start, then you're just a chicken with its head cut off. You're still maneuvering. And there are some chickens who are really fast, even with their heads cut off, but you're still a chicken with its head cut off. So if you have a really high IQ, that would be like being a really, really fast chicken. But if you don't understand that these are the most important things, you're going to be headless chicken, just a really fast headless chicken. It doesn't matter if you're really fast if you're a headless chicken. A headless chicken that's slow is not worth any more or less than a headless chicken that is fast. The headlessness is the defining, is the priority. Understanding what is objective is priority. But yes, I'm not going to deny that those things are, enabling of your maneuvering once you have an understanding. And even without an understanding, it's just like, why would you drive around without a map if you were, dumped off in a place you don't even know where you are? You need to figure out where you are, like, quickly. Otherwise, you're going to run out of gas and not accomplish anything. Okay. I don't know anyone who makes arguments based on IQ whose arguments depend on whether or not IQ is objective or subjective. Well, there's nobody else like me. That's what I'll say to that. Like, everybody else is trying to either make IQ not real, really, and trying to almost deny it, or trying to demean it, which don't demean it, like, everything has its context. And in our social society that we're in right now, with the stage that we're in, which IQ is going to have less and less of an importance as algorithms take over our speed of thinking. So, like, Elon Musk said he will have somebody who will control Neuralink with their mind. They can be a quadriplegic. They will control their phone 100 times faster than somebody who actually has thumbs and, workable arms. That is, eventually we're going to have that happen with every relativistic metric, including IQ. It will be compensated for. It's right about, and we're right about to enter into that place. But up until now, it was before society's, I guess after, like, society really took off, civilization, IQ may have been the most important metric as far as, like, determining, like, your level of influence in society. Often, not always, but often. But prior to that, your physical strength, your outintelligence, okay, your coordination, your rhythm, your physical strength, stamina, those things, your outintelligence, your ability to manipulate your body in space versus, your ability to manipulate your thoughts and mind, that's intelligence. We went from outintelligence to intelligence. What is coming next is this, where this is the most important thing. You will have computers that will think for us faster than, Chris Langan's mind moves soon, and we will have machines that are 10 times stronger than Andre the Giant. I mean, we already have that. So physical strength doesn't mean as much in society now because we have machines that can overcome any human's physical strength. So your physical strength isn't really required. Weapons are much more effective than, just being really strong as far as defending yourself. So technology has made up for the importance of outintelligence, which is speed, strength, coordination, all that stuff. And algorithms neural nets are about to make up for the importance of intelligence. We're right on the cusp. It's like within the next few years, we're going to start to see it. And it's going to be exponential, so it's going to take over even faster than machines took over our physical abilities. And when that happens, the most important thing is that you understand where you are. And we'll be on a much more even playing field, which is fine. That's the way it's supposed to be. But it's supposed to arrive organically. You're not supposed to, install artificial laws that keep everybody, on an even keel. like is what a lot of, I don't know, like a progressive tax system or something like that. Like we're not supposed to do stuff like that, but that's artificial. But to have uh, a level playing field arrange organically is an inevitability, and it's God's will, and we can't stop it. But you don't have to make it come via political action. It's just coming via technology. But this is going to be the most important thing. It's like I best all the physicists around me, all of them, all the philosophers around me, all of them, almost all of them. Chris Lang is the only one who I think would be able to like take me on. I really mean that. Like I listened to Stephen Wolfram the other day, and Stephen Wolfram was predicting things that I had said on the Discord like discussion when I had said like, entropy is emergent, it's not intrinsic. I watched a talk with Stephen Wolfram, and he was like, we think this. We just think, like, his project is just starting to think this. It's like, I can see exactly why it's inevitable. So, but he's definitely got a higher IQ than me, 100%. You know? I got Chris Lang to like my post the other day. Guy has a 200 IQ, but he saw me as an equal in the moment. And the reason why is because I know where I am going. And I know where I am, for the most part. Compared to pretty much almost anyone else around. Yes. I don't mean that to sound like conceited. It's not a conceited statement if it's true. And it's true. I don't have an IQ nearly as high as Stephen Wolfram, or probably even as high as Eric Weinstein, and definitely nothing close to Chris Langham. But that's not the point. How come my theory is the same as his? Because it's about perspective. And perspective is about degrees of freedom and constraints. Not saying that the other things aren't important, but very soon they will not be very important. Your IQ will come from your clock speed on your computer and your neural net that you're, using, and your physical intelligence will come from the tools that you have at your disposal. Your car, your weapons, your tools, like that's what it will come from. And to maximize your ability to use these things effectively is to have a map. You can't be pro your race. You can only be pro your ancestors. That is, well, the problem is not that. The problem is that how we've defined race is wrong. I would say you can't be pro black. You can't be pro white, and you can't be pro Asian. Like, because the reality is like that has gray areas. Like, objectively, you can say that, but like you're gonna run into eventually problems, because that is relativistic. It's a perspective that we see in physicality manifest in space-time. It does follow objective patterns of, binary triality, but that we see in space-time with past, present, future, and that's three, and then you see three, basic giant groups of what we call races that are not, they're actually phenotypes. But it's like, be pro your family. That's what I'll say. Be pro your family. That's what we should strive to be, whatever they are. It doesn't matter. And I think this is why everybody's getting so much slack for this in society. Sometimes when you get attacked by the mob, sometimes it's because you said something that even though it appears to be correct, it's actually not objective. So, but that doesn't mean like, every time you get attacked by the mob, it's because God's telling you you're doing something wrong. Most of the time I'd say it's probably because, I don't know. That's like Satan. But the thing is that high, which is, say, That's the beast. I don't want to say Satan. It's the beast. The beast is the collectivistic, hive mind of, motivated by animalistic instincts of humans. It's a non-thinking entity. It's reactive purely. But the thing is this is like I said before, God isn't at war with himself. He's not at war with the beast. The beast is not at war with God. The beast may be at war with God. God is not at war with the beast. So like you can learn from even the way in which negative, I would say subjectively, what appears to be negative forces are responding to us. So not saying that you can overcome that negative response. You can't. That's why Jesus died. If he didn't have to, he wouldn't have. Or you can't be the Messiah and just like be loved by everybody and not be attacked. You'll be attacked because you're getting an autoimmune response from the body. Chris Langan is on point. He stated the CTMU does not merely attempt, as you had said, because he makes sure everything is blatantly clear. I noticed that and was hoping you didn't take it as just being defensive. I actually think I understand both sides of that. I think that it is an attempt. It's clearly an attempt, but I do understand what you mean by that, and I didn't get into it with him because I understood what he was saying too, or I was assuming what you're trying to say. That I was assuming best intentions and not being defensive. But you do have to admit that like any theory that we come up with is, especially at a level of that size, it is an attempt. I think it's correct, but it doesn't mean it's not an attempt. You can attempt something and get it right, but it's still an attempt. But I understood what he was saying. He was saying it was right, and I do think it's right, so I'm not going to argue with him. I respect that the way he responded. He seemed to respect the way that I responded to him. I would love to talk to Chris Lang, and that would be like so awesome to have him on this show. The exchange went well. Yeah, it went well. I actually didn't feel like your last post a while back was not very well received. There were just differing opinions. Yeah, I don't even remember what my last post was in that group, with the Chris Langan's group. It wasn't Chris Langan that commented on any of it. It was like, are you talking about when I asked if I thought CRISPR would impact people's consciousness? I got a bunch of responses to that. I didn't really respond to any of them, but it's just a question. I wanted to hear people's thoughts. I didn't take offense. But, is there anything wrong with preserving a certain dog breed? It's not a breed. It's a family. That's the problem. There's nothing wrong with it, but to put it, it's an artificial, to put the breed above another breed is actually wrong. To put a family, a lineage, above another lineage is actually correct. You can put your lineage above the lineage of somebody else. And you should. Your family comes first. That's what it's true. Your family comes first. But it's closely related to, your breed or your race or whatever, ethnicity, whatever you want to call it. But it's objective. It's not subjective. It's not relativistic. You have to choose something objective to have it be truly true. And truly true is your family comes first. And that will lead to, people who usually will look like you coming first. But just because somebody looks like you does not make them your people. And that's where that whole perspective will come into a problem, is because if you start defining people based on how they look as whether or not they are your people, what you're going to run into is inconsistencies, because and it's not acknowledging of the logical truth of how information is processed and occurs and manifests in the universe, and it's also not allowing for people's consent in defining themselves. And you have to do that. You can't not do that. To not do that is to take away both the agency of God and the agency of us as individuals. If I can define who you are and you can't in any way, then that's wrong. But the thing is when we look at people who try and define themselves, people who know they can define themselves, and then they try and tell us that they can define themselves, and they'll say, you can define your own, gender. You can define your own race. That's wrong. You can't become black if you're white, and you can't become a man if you're a woman. But you can make them. You can have black people who are black be your people, and people who are white be your people, even if you don't look like them, if you enter into a family lineage-based relationship. But if you don't, my kids will not look like me. Are they my people? Should I value people who look like me, who aren't related to me, above my children who will not look so much like me because my wife-to-be is Nigerian? Your kids are your people. That's why this doesn't work. I'm not trying to deny for the sake of denying or for the sake of being, a stereotype. I'm saying, if you're going to admit that your children are more important than someone else's children, it means that phenotypical expression is not the defining characteristic of who your people are. It is an emergent view that's often true, but it is not defining. Your people are your family. And usually they look like you, but sometimes they don't. And you have to, if you don't say that, then you are heading down, you're idol worshipping at that point. You are prioritizing people who look like you above your own family, no matter what. It's like if your family for some reason ended up manifesting as not looking like you, would you still argue for the preservation of people who look like you above the preservation of your lineage? No, your lineage is you. You are one being that is moving through time as a lineage, and you are just experiencing it as the tip of that spear moving through space. But you're a chain, and that chain isn't linked to other chains because they look alike. It oftentimes can be when you look into the genetics. You can realize that you do have familial connections with people who look like you. That's obvious. But those familial connections are the defining things, not the look. And anybody that focuses on the look is idol worshipping something in space-time that isn't objectively real. And those things that are not objectively real are not usually eternal. You're setting yourself up for disappointment. I'm not trying to tell you you're bad or anything like that, but it's not going to lead to feeling successful because it's going to fail. And it's like if I am what people would call Caucasian, coming from Russia and German heritage. That's like my lineage. That's not my lineage. It is my lineage, but that's the look is closely tied to that lineage. But I also look very similar to Sicilian Italians and Greeks, and that look is found in a few places. But that I shouldn't prioritize people who look like they're from, I don't know, Russia over my own lineage, because my lineage won't look this might not be true of you, but it is true of me, and I'm using myself as an example to show you why this breaks down. And if you're going to be pro the preservation of something, it should be something that's an objective structure, because those things are eternal. Be pro the preservation of things that are eternal. If you set yourself up to be pro the preservation of something that is finite, you're going to fail. It's not. It's gonna make you. It's it's like when you're trying to, like, I don't know, hold on to something that inevitably will decay and is meant to be here, but is also meant to disappear at some point. You're setting yourself up for disappointment, and you're placing a value on something above things that you should be placing the value on that are above that, actually. Like, you should place your kids at a higher value than people who look like you, is my point. And your kids are your lineage. Be pro your family. Be pro your lineage. Be pro, continuing. This, like, what we're seeing is, like, people who are like, I'm pro my people. Are you pro, like, uh, Britain remaining British and France remaining French? It's like, if you were really pro that, you would have children. And you would, because you would view the preservation of France as you having children. But people don't in France. They don't view having children as the preservation of Frenchness. They view it as preserving the foods and the language, which is, I understand that that's extremely valuable, especially in an objective structure. It's very valuable. But if you keep the language and the foods, but you didn't preserve the people, like, a nation is a group of people. It's not a place. It's not a food. It's not a language. It's a people. Jews are not Hebrew. They are not, like, defined by the fact that they speak Hebrew. I don't speak Hebrew. Not every Jew likes gefilte fish. But so culture, it's not about preserving culture. It's about lineage, like, for everyone. That's why, we reproduce. That's why the universe reproduces. That's why God had a son. It's because that's where we get eternal meaning. You're not going to get eternal meaning by trying to preserve your favorite dog breed. You're not. You're going to get eternal meaning by trying to preserve your line. That is what you should try and do. You will receive eternal satisfaction from that. And if for some reason you can't have children, then help your family have children. Like, help your family raise children and go into the next generation and be successful. That will give you eternal meaning. But if you then just dedicate your life to trying to preserve people who look a certain way, like, it's going to fail. It's going to fail personally, and, like, that's really all I care about. I don't really care, like, I care that I'm not judging I try not to judge people on this, and, like, I'm trying to stress that, like, you're going to feel empty if you do that. That's what you should worry about, not whether or not it's anybody's coming for you or the mob gets angry with you. I will defend people who are going down the wrong path against the mob, because we all do that sometimes. But my advice is is not to be reactive, be active, build something. And building something is not about preserving something that you view as already built. It's about building something new. And how are you going to build a dog breed that you can see already? You can't do that. You have to go and create life or help others do it. That's what it means to build. If you don't build, you're going to feel empty. You're going to feel reactive. You're going to feel controlled, because you are. You're letting somebody else control you. You're reacting to them. The fact that they told you that they're attacking you. Yeah, people attack every race. For a while it was attacking, one race, and for a while it's attacking another race, and for a while it's attacking another race. It sucks to be on the receiving end of it. I know that because I'm right there right now. But the thing is that, like, don't let them control you. Just build. Get a family, have children, help others have children, build a community. Like that, that's how you win. If, when people say keep Britain British, it's like, Guys, if you thought that, if you valued the continuation of Britain instead of just your comfort, then you would have had children. But instead, you just are mad now because the food is changing and the culture is changing and you're not comfortable with it. And you view these people as not your people, and they aren't your people necessarily, like directly. I mean, everybody is one group, but like they're not directly your people, and I get that. But the thing is, this is like, why didn't you preserve your people? I don't know. Have children. You want to preserve something and grow something that is a group of people of any kind. Have children. There's no other way to do it. There's no other way to do it. If you do it any other way, you're going to feel empty. Trust me, I went down that road. I went down the road. Like, I just, it's just empty. It sucks. And I feel for the people who are going down that road, because it's so common to go down this road of lack of meaning. Like, I spoke yesterday on here about how people were committing senseless, horrible acts of violence because they were lacking meaning. They were putting meaning on My Little Pony. A 19-year-old man his own meaning, tied his own meaning to My Little Pony. Like, that's how screwed up we are. We need this. If you don't realize what is objectively true and what is eternal, and you value something that is finite, you are just as crazy. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying everybody falls for this. You know, everyone, myself included. Even like me with, like, you know, for me it was like certain rights. Was so pissed. I was like, it's gonna be over, they're getting rid of them. And I still fight back legally. Like, you know, I make donations to organizations that support rights that I care about, and I, you know, vote for the people that support my values. But I'm not, I know though that the most important things are the things that I build, not the things that I preserve. And like, those things must be eternal structures, and that means they are always a lineage, always, from God to us, from God to Jesus, like with all of us in between. And we can't value, like, this whole world is going to disappear one day, like in the way that it is now. The whole world is going to be so radically different in 100 years. It's going to be nothing like now. And if we try and preserve things the way that they are, then we're just setting ourselves up for disappointment. That doesn't mean that you cave to hedonism, ever. Ever, 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 ever. If you think that hedonism is wrong, which it is, if you're aware that it's wrong, then it's wrong. And it is wrong. But some people who are hedonists, they can't think. They don't have a map of thinking, of where to start. They can be very smart chickens with their heads cut off, and they're arguing for hedonism because reality, they're arguing for consensualism. They're arguing for autonomy because that is what meaning comes from, because meaning comes from multiplicity, because it comes from your impact on others. And that means that we need agency to make bad decisions. And it's very important that we have that, or else we're not separate from God in any way, and then that makes him meaningless. He needs us to have agency. So, but those people that are arguing for hedonism don't realize the objective map is this, and it is one of lineage. And if you don't realize that lineage is the way of thinking about everything, which is how I solved this problem that nobody else could solve, of what is these levels of consciousness. Because everybody else was like, first it's trees and plants. And I did this too. I went through the whole thing. I have all my notes still on it. I was like, it's first it's trees and plants, and then it's animals, and then, you know, it's humans above that. And it's close. That sounds right. What that is though, is that is like, that's even more so like objective than what you're talking about of like preserving certain like dog breeds or something like that. But it's like putting it into a hierarchy organisms. But the thing is that the reality is that there isn't actually any human line here. And there isn't actually any non-human but still animal line here. And there isn't actually any plant line here. Okay? So it was confusing me. And everybody did this. They were like, first it's crystals and minerals. That's the mineral mind. And then above that is the plant mind. And above that is the animal mind. And then the human mind. And then the Christ consciousness. And it's like, that's close, but no cigar. That's why nobody did it. It's like, actually, this is mineral mind. This is animal mind, plant mind, human mind, all at one. It's not the same as, I guess you could say this is human mind, this is animal mind, almost, and plant mind. And then this is like mineral mind. And then this is God, and then this is God. That's actually fascinating. I'm going to write that. So be God here and here. And then this would be human, animal, animal, plant. And then you have mineral, essentially. But this is why it's so important to have objective context, because it allows you to beat not beat, but to win. For you to win doesn't mean somebody else has to lose. That's a relativistic perspective. But there is winners and losers. But they're not competing against each other. You're competing against yourself. Can you overcome the trappings of the traps of relativity? And if you can't, you're going to idol worship, and you're going to put meaning on something that is finite and therefore not meaningful to God. Anything that's finite is a means to an ends for God. Anything that's eternal is an ends. It's the purpose. Your lineage is an ends. Your phenotype is a means. Okay? If the environment changes and it becomes extremely sunny and there's no cloud cover ever anywhere, are you still going to value people who have really, really light skin? And same thing for the opposite. If it becomes extremely cloudy and, it's very hard to get vitamin D, are you still going to value people with high amounts of melanin? No. They're means to an ends. They're not ends. Don't make means ends. That's probably the best way I can explain it. Race it's not about ancestry. It's linked to ancestry. It's not about ancestry. Otherwise, my children would be my race. It's a phenotype. The word race is wrong. It's a nonsense word. It's like the word magic. It doesn't really exist. Race is a wrong word. Magic is a bad word. Esoteric is a bad word. These are bad words because they give a false perspective. Race is a wrong perspective because they are means to an ends. They're tools that your lineage uses. But what if it got extremely sunny and all of a sudden you readapted to be looking like you're from the Sahara? It's like, is your race preserved? This is why it's important to say they're phenotypes, they're means to an ends, they're tools used by lineage, which is an eternal structure, to maneuver within space-time's finite and limited and momentary conditions. That's why it's bad to preserve a certain kind of dog. Doesn't mean like you can't be a fan of like, German shepherds because they're really able to do impressive shit. Like I want a more Belgian Malinois one day if I ever get more dogs. And I have a Belgian Malinois now. My fiance doesn't want to get us more Belgian Malinois because they shed like crazy. Like they cover your apartment in hair. But like that's that's like I shouldn't get meaning from like what my dog looks like. It's just cool, or what my dog is capable of. You know, sometimes it's not the best. You should be adapted to your environment, and like that's what you should do. You know, like I'm a desert kid. Like I want to go back to the desert, but I'm also somebody with a history of skin cancer in their family, and the vampire like pale skin. Like maybe my lineage is telling me, oh, you need to go and marry that Nigerian woman because then your children, your lineage, who will then look different from you but are still your people, they will be better adapted to the future. If you don't do that though, like that's going to cause problems because you're going to value the way that something looks independent of conditions, and that's like the looks is for the sake of conditions. It's not like there's a reason why these everybody looks the way that they do, and there's also a reason why that's all going to change is because we have an interconnected world where people are able to put sunscreen on if they're pale and take vitamin D if they are tan, and where you know I don't know, like you don't need curly hair to protect you from the elements and animals if you are living in an apartment in Los Angeles. Like behavior is correlation amongst races that matters. No, no, not even then. And I thought that too. I was like, it matters. It matters momentarily. Every single person. There's two natures to people. Those are what matter. What those natures do is going to inevitably always be the same. Now, if you have a higher IQ, yes, you're able to resist governmental tyranny sometimes, as long as you have an individualistic, culture. A little bit long, you're not going to as easily embrace tyranny, but you are also more likely to accept to reject morals, and that is just as trapping. This is like when people are like America has no, it's the freest place in the world. It's like, well, yeah, because we valued political freedom, and that value of political freedom also translates to valuing moral freedom. We don't hold each other accountable like they do in the East. And now, guess what? The entire country is falling apart because we abandoned morality. It's like you can't escape the constraints and degrees of freedom that are there. You could just think that you can. And yes, it's easy. It's faster to be swayed by manipulative and tyrannical politicians, and be fooled by laws that are immoral and dictatorial if you have a lower IQ. But that doesn't mean that it isn't inevitable that every single group society falls, because human nature is human nature, regardless of how fast you can think. It just will take longer. This is when I realized that, like, when people are like so focused on demographics, I understand more than anybody. I vote based on the Second Amendment. Look at the maps on the value of the Second Amendment among what we call the races and the ethnicities. I understand what you're saying, but I also know that no matter what group of people it is, eventually they will give up their Second Amendment freedoms, if they will, until them, that's why we need God to save us and give us a head to think, because we don't. We just, some do, some think longer than others, but nobody thinks forever other than God. You will lose your society. It is inevitable. It is inevitable. Every single group will lose their society. Every single one. You can have a country of the highest IQ people in the world. If they're extremely individualistic, they will turn to immorality, which will be trapping of them faster than anyone else. Just like what happened to Germany, just like what happens in Israel as well. Look at their morals in their secular culture. You don't think that's trapping? It's very trapping. It's not good for them. But they're going to do it even faster than anyone else. But then, at the same time, you look at places in Asia, and they have very high IQs, but they have collectivistic society where they hold each other accountable. And guess what? They have extremely tyrannical governments, but, are morally, they're not trapped by their morals. They're kind of freed by their morals, but their governments trap them. And then we are trapped by our immorality and our governments, and we're free from government. And as soon as you go one, it's a circle. It's like when you move too far to the left, you get to the right. You move too far to the right, you get to the left. That's because people are focusing on one side over the other, and it's actually not, they're not realizing that you need two eyes to see the true depth of things. That's true of, you in a literal sense, and it's true of everything. It's like, why can you see depth, which is priority? What is closest? What is furthest? What is more important? What is less important? You can only see depth with two eyes. And that means that every structure that allows for you to properly see importance will be a structure where you're looking at the world from two perspectives at once. A singularity and a multiplicity, a head and a body, an individual and a lineage. But where does race come into that? It doesn't. It doesn't. It looks like it does because it follows that structure, but it isn't a structure in and of itself. It's just emergent perspectives. I don't mean that to like I said, I appreciate always debate, and I'm not trying, I don't want to sound judgmental at all because I'm not judging at all. I understand everybody that goes through this perfectly. I went through it all for years, and it was more painful for me than probably for almost anyone else because of my situation with the people around me in my life. It was a bit much more personal. But, thank God, the truth is God, and God is good. Because, and God is order, not chaos. This is order. Prioritizing what we see with our eyes, outside of just the maneuvering of space-time, is not order. You're not seeing the objective structure. There's nowhere here where race is in here. Caste? Yes. Family lineage? Yes. Humanity itself, aka technological singularity? Yes. Where's race? I'm not saying you can't like the way that certain phenotypes look above another. Of course, good. Go for what you think looks good. Go for what's natural. Don't turn it into a reactionary artificial thing where you have to preserve your people because the media's out being obnoxious, and our academic system has become anti European. It's like every country's borders are going to fall, and every person's lineage shifts between phenotypes. So just as much as you shift between castes, it's like you don't have to preserve. Here's the thing, I'll say this. No matter what happens to anyone, there will always be the same pattern of what we see in the phenotypes of the groups of humans. There will always be some people who are darker with curlier hair, and there will always be people with paler skin and straight hair, and then there will be people in between. That pattern will never go away. You can say, oh, well, they're trying to have like a white genocide or They're trying to get rid of white people. They can't. It's built into the structure of the binary triality. It's an eternal structure. If you fight for it, you are going to lose out on your ability to actually construct things that you participated in their existence in you know, in its eternal existence. But that will always exist. It exists in dogs, and it exists. Dogs are actually this. It's not like a dog breed where you're like, I'm pro German Shepherds. It's not pro that. It's this right here. If we look at breeds of dogs, okay, you actually have this. You have wire hair. Okay, let's do this right here. Dogs. This pattern will never go away. You don't have to fight for it. Just go to what you like. They can't get rid of what is made by God, but those patterns are degrees of freedom. They're not like lineages that you have to fight for. Yes, it's very true that often when you look at castes, if you are born to laborers, you will be a laborer. If you are born to artists, you will be an artist. If you're born to politics, aka like being an elected official, you become that. If you're born to being doctors and scientists, you will become usually often doctors and scientists. But sometimes you can choose to go over here. And sometimes you can choose to go over here. Or you can choose to go down here. Or if you can choose to go from here to here. You can be Dan Crenshaw and you can be a soldier and then become an elected official. But you can't get rid of these castes, and you can't get rid of what we call races that are actually phenotypes. But they're not races. They're not. They are degrees of freedom. There will always be groups of people that prioritize, and this is true. We think that, like, when you look at the world and you think that there's, like, you know, these races correlate to what we call races, these phenotypes correlate to cognitive abilities and physical abilities. That's true that that's a trend on a macro scale. But even within each one, there's Igbos in Nigeria that prioritize intelligence. They want to be doctors and lawyers and have college degrees and get married and stay married and become politicians. And they do all that. And then there's people who don't, you know, value that. They value, you know, having physical ability. Like, you can't get rid of the binary between physical ability and intelligence. And anybody that's trying to, like, get the best of all, where, like, not where you're, you know, kind of getting, you know, happy medium or something like that, but where you think that you can be the most intelligent and the physically, you know, best, and at the same time you can't. Like, it's just like you can't be the palest and the darkest. You can't. They're two sides of the same coin. We think that they're different, but they're not. Yeah, there are people who are really physically weak and also, like, not intelligent. There are people who are very intelligent who are really physically strong, but that's not the trend. But I don't like, this is why I don't like focusing on trends, because you can always find exceptions. You have to look for structures that can never change. The phenotypes of humans that we have right now will never change. Anybody that thinks we're going to end up this, like, muddled mix where we all look the same and we have, like, you know, olive skin and, like, wavy hair that's brownish and everybody has, you know, brown eyes and that's the future of humanity is insane. They don't realize where they are. They don't have a map of reality. If you have a map of reality, then you look around and you're like, even rocks could not overcome this pattern. Why are we worried about it disappearing in humans? It's not going to. But you know who will disappear? If they focus on preserving this pattern that it will be preserved naturally, you will disappear. Like, support your family so that you don't disappear. And you will end up in, you know, this, where it's like, I'm getting off of Instagram. Peace out, Instagram. but I'm staying on YouTube. And it's really this. Um, like, people are gonna freak out for these terms, but whatever. This is the actual terms, by the way. Anybody who's gonna freak out. These are phenotypes. They're not even races. They're just how you look. It's fine. Relax. Then, but you have, within this though, you'll have like, always, again, straight hair. Curly hair. Wavy hair. And you can have, smaller eyes, bigger eyes, and then in the middle. You can be tall, short, and in the middle. This pattern is in reality. And this is what causes what we call the races. But they're not races. They're phenotypes that are degrees of freedom that can be maneuvered within by a lineage. Your family is not doomed to straight hair if you want them to have curly hair in the future. You can go and breed with people with curly hair and you'll get curly hair. You can breed with people with straight hair and you will get straight hair eventually. Same thing with eye color. There's green eyes and blue eyes and brown eyes. Green eyes are in the middle. Blue eyes are on one side of the spectrum and brown eyes are on the other. There's no real overlap. There's no overlap between straight. There is overlap between straight hair and curly hair, but it's not really overlap. It's that they're reflecting across an intrinsic constraint. You can't have what's a fourth type of hair? So when you look at dogs and you're like, what kind of dogs are there? It's like, well, what are you trying to preserve? Like curly hair dogs or wire hair dogs? Or, double coat? What about, straight tail, curly tail, you know, um, ears that are up and ears that are ears that are erect and ears that are not. It's like there's a reason why we haven't. No matter where you go in the world, there's basically only jackals, aka coyotes, or there's wolves, aka dingoes, and African painted dogs, which follow basically the same rules. And then in Africa, you have the painted dogs; those are wolves. Then you have jackals, which are coyotes, and then you have foxes, which are foxes. They call them like there's fennec foxes in Africa, and then we have kit foxes here in America. The pattern is the same. You can't get rid of it. There will always be people that look like how we look. There will never be a homogenous mass of people. I saw this on Time magazine like 5 years ago, and it was like it was kind of angering. It wasn't angering at first, but then later on I ended up getting pissed at it as I got more political. So I realized like basically they were saying like they wanted almost. It seemed like they were saying they wanted diversity of look to go away. And they had posted this person who was like halfway between everything. And they were just mixed. They couldn't tell where they were from. They looked like they were a mix of everything. And they were a very attractive person. There was nothing wrong with that. But it is wrong to say that because that's not true. That's to say that people don't have preferences anymore. It's like, what are you talking about? Some people like curly hair. My mom has curly hair. It's not a coincidence that I found somebody with curly hair. It's like, there's these things are not going anywhere. You don't have to try and preserve what is eternal and God and that what God will preserve. Preserve yourself though. If you try and preserve something in the context that you want it in, that is really its only job, God's job to preserve, which is like phenotype. That's bad. This is like when people are like, we need to preserve the polar bears. It's like, what if the snow disappears? Do we still preserve the polar bears, or we do just let them turn brown? Like, what if it's bad for polar bears to be white when there's no snow? Let them breed. Like, let them, like, hopefully a polar bear ends up breeding with a brown bear and passes on their lineage. Like, that's what you would want. You'd want to focus on, if you were a polar bear and you were just like pissed that like the you know, I don't know, like that your polar bears are disappearing, that's not the right way to think about it. You'll just be pissed. Like, go find a brown bear to you know, breed with if there's no more ice, and then you survive. You We got to look at what's eternal, and we got to make ourselves eternal. We got to give meaning to ourselves. And fighting for statues and languages and food, like, I do think that when our countries that are artificial right now fall apart, which they are, then it's important at that moment to come up with a structure that does bring cohesiveness, that does have a single language, that does have a culture that everybody subscribes to. And then naturally you will have probably people who look alike. But yeah, you can even make it so that it's only for people who look like you. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I'll go find people who don't care what I look like. But if you want to make your group just about people who look like you, then that's fine too. But that's only now in the context when you can totally start from scratch and you can make it about objective structures. You can't yet. And you don't even have, but see, the thing is though, is like, you can do that, but you don't have to, is my point. Like, there's the people who have one phenotype, which is like from Asia, what we currently look at as like being Asian, Mongol type phenotype, they're not going anywhere. And neither are people who have the African black phenotype. They're not going anywhere. And neither are the people in the middle, which are Caucasians. They're not going anywhere. Caucasian lineages are just lineages that are moving from one of those to the other. And we're just seeing it in a stagnant form, in a static form. But the reality, it's like when you see the static manifestation of masculine and feminine, it's in a marriage. But like, it's still 2 degrees of freedom. The same thing is true of the phenotypes, but it's not as objective as like gender, but it lines up with gender. Like, the Asian phenotype is the feminine gender, is the feminine phenotype. Obviously. And then it's because it's the collectivistic group. Their culture, at least, is definitely the feminine because it's collectivist. Whereas, like, you know, even African and Western, like, both of those are more masculine because they're more individualistic. It's just, these patterns aren't going anywhere. I'm just trying to, like, not tell you, you know, what to value or what's not valuable or anything like that. I'm trying to say that there are some things that you don't need to fight for and they will stay, which is, you know, diversity of how people look is going to stay. It's never going to change. It's not even going to get, if anything, it will get more kind of diverse, but it will still follow the objective patterns. Just like how when you look at wild canids, you'll see that jackal, fox, wolf pattern. But then when you look at dogs, it's still a jackal, fox, wolf pattern, but it's also much more varied in phenotype. I think that's what we're about to what we're about to see with humans. So you'll see like much more variety in how people look. Just like we have dog breeds now, you'll have more. And now that like as you become like a globally interconnected world, doesn't mean politically. I mean like just in degrees of freedom, you can move from one place to the next, and interact with people no matter where they are. That structure will make us more diverse, not less. And the Time magazine is wrong. Like this BS right here. Time magazine, future of America. This was the thing. This is not what everybody is going to look like in the future. This is what Time magazine said. It said everybody's going to look like this. And by the way, very attractive person. Like clearly, very attractive person. Nothing wrong with that person. Not everybody's going to look like that. They think that because they don't know this pattern. They don't have context. They don't have a map. They don't know where they are. They're chickens with their heads cut off. And this seems logical. But it's not. It's logical in relativity. This is what creates the rules of relativity, is objectivity. Multiplicity. And it will manifest in the phenotypes that we see now, plus even more diverse within them. Like 3 types basic dog groups. Like, let's see this. I have not looked this up in a while. No, you'd have to do it based on phenotype. I mean, it makes sense that there's 7 or 8 groups, but of like uses, but that's because there's like 6 castes in a nation. Like you're gonna see that with like dog breeds, and 6 periods, or there's 8 periods of growth in the periodicity system. You're gonna see that in dog breeds, but that's not the same as what I'm trying to look for. Dog phenotype groups. But you're always going to see 2 degrees of freedom across an intrinsic constraint. So you'll see like short hair and long hair, wire hair, and double fur coat or fur coat, and then you'll see like erect ears and floppy ears, and then there's always something in between all of those, and that is it's like what Caucasians are to being in between Asians and Africans. Which I don't like calling them that because it ties them to a location when it's not tied to a location. It's a phenotype. It can be anywhere as long as it's fitting of where they are. This right here, do you see this? Look at this. This is what I mean. This is the most famous, this is one of the best examples of convergent evolution in the world. This is called an emerald tree boa. And this is called a green tree python. They are not related at all. There are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of years apart, and they're not even part of the same family group. One of them lays eggs, one of them has live young. But look at this. They sit the same way. They live on opposite ends of the earth. They can't breed with each other. Totally different species and different families. They're totally unrelated. They're as far from each other genetically as like we are from chimps. Maybe more. And like they are like us genetically. They're probably like us versus a platypus. Not phenotypically though. This looks exactly like this. Why? They both have babies that are born yellow or red and then change color. We have no idea why. But there's something that manifests the same patterns again and again and again. And you can't escape it. These aren't even related. But they are phenotype. They act similar. They look similar. They live similar. Not related. Do you think this guy, though, views himself as this guy? No. They can't breed. They're different species. They're not the same. They look the same. They act the same. So you would say that they're the same. I mean, under the current definitions of race that we use to prioritize, if people, even if you make it about like the way that people act, these act the same. They have the same hunting strategies. They have the same temperament. They have the same giant teeth. It's one of my favorite snakes. I keep their closest relative, which is this. This is my favorite snake, and I have some that should be born this year. They are the most variable colored snake in the world. They come in every color imaginable. They're all the same species. And every color can happen in one litter. So you can have a mom and a dad that both look like this. Red one. But then you can have, in one litter, you can have brown ones, red ones, striped ones, banded ones, yellow ones, orange ones. You can have every color and pattern imaginable in one litter from parents that look nothing like the babies. It's a very weird snake, but they are a lineage still, even if they look totally different. And these two are not a lineage, even though they look exactly the same. This is why you can't make phenotype your people, the definer of your people. Let it emerge the way naturally it's supposed to emerge. Pursue what you think is attractive, and fight for your family by building community and having children. And trust me, just like, if emerald tree boas disappear, this is actually not an emerald tree boa, if green tree pythons disappeared, emerald tree boas could still be around. And if the conditions arose to, even if both disappeared, because the conditions disappeared that they needed, when the conditions reappeared that favored this phenotype would come back. But it only comes back for the people who don't stop breeding, because they prioritized their family line, not their phenotype. They saw their phenotype for what it is, a tool. Even their behavioral and intellectual and physical abilities, not just the way they look. Those are also tools. How intelligent you are, how strong you are, how tall you are, how short you are, how aggressive you are, how not aggressive you are, and passive you are. These are tools for a lineage to use. They are tools in the toolbox. Like, don't define yourself as a hammer. Define yourself as a builder, and you have a toolbox in front of you. You're not a hammer. You're more than that. You can use any of the tools that you want. You can use straight hair, you can use curly hair, you can use light skin, you can use dark skin, you can use high intelligence, you can use high physical ability, outintelligence. You choose. But choose to benefit your line. Don't choose to preserve hammers. Everybody's always going to need a hammer. You don't need to preserve hammers. It's a tool. It's not, it's like, why does hammers exist in every single culture in the world? Do we need to make sure that nobody, doesn't fight for hammers? I mean, it's just, I mean that though. Like, it's really like that. It's not that far off of it an analogy. Phenotypes are tools. Giant teeth, tools. Green skin, tools. Sitting like this, which is a behavior, tools. Being really mean, by the way, these are really mean. Tools. Like, they're not you. You have agency if you realize your context. Your context is not, the context of this animal is not that it is this color, because it's not. It can change. Its kids will look totally different. I'll post pictures of the babies that are born of my Amazon tree boas when they're born. I'm gonna get red ones and white ones, and and like this is my animals. They're they're just gorgeous. But watch my. This is the father of the litter that will be born, hopefully this year, inshallah. Not all of them will look like that at all. Some will not have be striped. Some will not be red. Some will be brown with bands, and or yellow with nothing, you know. But they're still his line, and they're still her babies, even if they look nothing like her. Fight for your line. It's real. It's real. Your family is real. Your phenotype is a tool for your family to use. And so is your intelligence. And so is your physical abilities too. Prioritize what you think is important. And that's it. And then, reproduce or help your family reproduce if you can't. But phenotype is a tool. It's not. I understand why it's so hard to see this, but you have to know, you have to have knowledge of this animal and this animal to know that phenotype is not even linked to species, let alone race, whatever we think race is. There's two groups of snakes. There's Corallus tree boas, and then there's Moralia pythons, which are carpet pythons, green tree pythons, rough scale pythons, and a bunch of other kinds of pythons in Indonesia and Australia. They all follow the same pattern. They're the same group of snakes in their here you have this is this snake is same phenotype, but not related to this one. They live the same way, they act the same way, they have the same colors, they have the same pattern. They aren't each other's people. They just look like it, but they're not. This is why it's so important. It's not even about behaviors. It's about lineage. If it's not about lineage, it's about nothing. This one doesn't win by protecting Bredl's pythons on the other side of the world that it's not related to, even though they act the same and look the same. Just like this one doesn't win by making sure that this guy sticks around. They're not even concerned with each other. It's just they're both using the same tools right now. And that's it. And maybe their tools will change. The tools have changed. These didn't always exist. And neither did these. But the phenotype manifests because the conditions are what dictate the phenotype. Nobody just made, Asian or Caucasian or African phenotypes. They arose due to conditions. They're valuable because they allow you to accomplish survival. And if they don't allow you to accomplish survival, and I'm including behavior, I'm including intelligence, I'm including physical abilities, aggression, passivity, all of it. If those things don't help you breed, they aren't valuable. Even if they're just attractive to you and that's all they do to help you breed. You don't need. We have sunscreen now, so you don't necessarily need darker skin to survive in the sun. We have vitamin D pills, so you don't necessarily need light skin to survive in the shade. But even if they're attractive, that still helps you reproduce. But they have to be, their value is in their ability to help get one generation to the next. And if they're not doing that, it's not valuable. I know I ranted, but this is very important for people to understand. If we place our priorities in idols, we will feel empty. And I don't want anybody feeling empty. That sucks. Just as how we breed gentle dogs to service dogs, behavior is what's important to their breed. It's important to their environment. We breed that behavior for an environment. So go find somebody that has the behavior that you want. They're not telling you not to. You should. If somebody acts the way that you think is attractive, go marry them and have lots of children and outbreed anyone else. Like, I'm all for it. I don't care what people look like. You know, I want them to look how they want to look, and I want them to look however they need to look in order to be successful. I want them to act however they need in order to be successful. But if that means in certain environments being more aggressive and in certain environments being more passive, you know, like more gentle or more, you know, nervous, it's like nervousness didn't grow into certain groups of people or certain dog breeds because it was just a negative throwaway trait. It's because it was useful. It helped. It was valuable. And I'm not going to sit there and say which one is more valuable than the next. I just will go with whatever, you know, go look for somebody that I identify with, you know, somebody who I feel like I can talk to about anything, who is attractive to me physically, who's attractive to me intellectually. That's what you should seek. That's what you should value. And let everything else naturally happen. We're never getting rid of the human diversity. If anything, we will increase it in like groups. You know, there's basically 3 phenotypes in wild type dogs, and we see that with humans. As we become increasingly self-domesticated, it's going to get like the dog breeds, and we're going to have, you know, Chihuahuas and you know, Saint Bernards maybe. I don't know. It's hard to think about why we would become Chihuahuas, but like it's if anything happens, it's going to move towards more different groups, not less groups. This stupid idea, and nothing wrong with this person. Beautiful, literally, objectively beautiful. But the idea that we will all look like this and there will no longer be people with light skin or people with dark skin or people with straight hair, it's crazy. It's wrong. It's not immoral or evil or anything like that. It's just wrong. This is the way that we should need to frame things, because I don't even think these people are doing it evil. It's just when you're stuck in relativity, you're gonna prioritize either people who look like you because you feel like you're under attack, which is a responsive action. You shouldn't really shouldn't act out of response. You should act out of action, not reaction. But these people are trying to, who think that we should do this, is also, they're just reacting. They're thinking like, you know, this is the best suited for all environments. That's not true. It's not. And it also takes away the idea of agency and preferences and everything else and every other social situation, and also just means that you just don't even understand the real pattern that you can't get away from anywhere, including the human phenotypes and the dog phenotypes and the cat phenotypes. It's like, why are leopards and jaguars found on 2 continents, you know, without any interbreeding? Basically the same animal. Not only do they look the same, they live the same. Why? Are they each other's people? No, they're not. They're different groups. They're not each other's people. But phenotypically, they're the same. They're the same. They act the same behaviors, same temperament, same look. They're not each other's people, because you cannot separate your people from your family. Your people are an outgrowth of your family, and how you and your family interact with the rest of the world via, you know, autonomous choice that you make. But you can't separate. It's like you can't. This is why a nation must have a lineage component to it, is because you can't separate your people from your family. And if you put your nation above your individualistic family, you will also run into problems. And that's what we did. That's what the people who are like pushing Brexit and everything like that, and they have like one kid max, and it's like you're prioritizing your comfort, and you think that there's nobility in it. And I understand why, because there is nobility in group autonomy, but you have to have those groups be based on real structures that are the foundation of those groups. If they're based on nonsense, like, are you over there or are you over here? It's like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, but if you base it on, are you my sister's kid or are you someone who isn't related to me at all? It's like, that's a much more objective structure. You need to base your tribe on that, your nation. You can't base it on these arbitrary nonsense rules that we made and then also expect to be able to preserve, or even expect that it is noble to preserve that group when it's actually not real. Like, don't hold on to things that are fake. Don't. It's like being an American. It's like, okay, there was a time where that was much more closely linked to a way of being that was real, of family structures. But it's not anymore, and it hasn't for a very long time, and that's because our laws were based on nonsense. It's because we said, if you're born over here, because you hopped that wall, then now you're an American. Like, that's not, I don't think that's makes like, how is that linked to your family? It's not. It's just not. You have to base the group on reality before you go and you try and preserve the group. Because if you try and preserve a group that isn't based on reality, you're going to fail inevitably. And if you try and preserve a group that is based on reality, you don't even have to try. It will just succeed. But you have to just know. This is why it's so important to just know what is eternally true and what is where are you in like, how do you need to orient yourself. This is how I did this when I was trying to understand AI, is because an intelligence and general intelligence is able to orient itself. So that's what my whole goal was with these four primary perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness. It was to try and figure out how to orient yourself within reality without using relativity. So you couldn't look at a picture, couldn't look at how something looked, you couldn't look at how fast something was going or how big something was or how small something was. You needed to orient yourself outside that, because the rest, that's emergent from orienting yourself at first. And how do you orient yourself? Either you're inside of something, you're outside of something, you're separate from something, or you're one with something. And this is the description of lineage relationships. This is why it doesn't matter if your family changes to look like total opposite of how you look now. But if they are your descendants, they are your people, and you succeeded. But if you try and preserve something that isn't based on those four primary perspectives that describe your position in base reality, in lineage structure, which is about what our relationship is with God. Our relationship with God isn't, oh yeah, like I have like a 140 IQ and like Chris Langan has like a 200 IQ and that guy over there has got an 85 IQ and that's my relationship with God. No. Relationship with God is that he created creation within himself, and then that created, hadrons, which created atoms that are within them, and then created on top of that, molecules on top of that, cells on top of that, organisms on top of that, families on top of that, castes, and then nations or technological singularities or, universes. This is a lineage. That's how you orient yourself towards truth, towards God. You can't do it in any other way. You can't. It's not that I don't want you to. I'm telling you, you're not going to get. It's the people who are trying to get rid of the the triality of perspectives in races are gonna fail. Why? It's in our frickin' standard model with electrons. Think it's gonna go away in humans? No, it's not going anywhere. They're gonna fail, but don't fall into the trap of responding to their failing mission with creating the opposite mission to theirs, which is also just a reflection of the same mission and will be just as doomed to fail. Just break free of it all. Don't let them control you. Don't watch the news. Don't care if they hate white people or black people or anything like that. Just go have children and get married, and you will succeed. Your people will succeed, and that's all that matters. Use the tools in your toolbox. It's good for me to make my children have more melanin if I want to move to the desert. That's my toolbox. It's not the end of my people. It's my continuation of my people. People send me messages all the time. They'll see my fiance in my profile picture. They'll see that my last name is Goldstein, and they'll just put the little black wife emoji and be like ironic. It's like, I know exactly what you're doing. And I always say this to them, and they can't stand it. And I realize this is how you respond to them in a way that just isn't being baited, because they want you to be like, what's wrong with that? I don't do that. I just respond to them and I say, understanding a pattern is not the same as recognizing that it's there, or seeing a pattern is not the same as understanding why it's there. That's what I say to them. Seeing a pattern is not the same as understanding why it's there. You need this context to understand why something is there. Otherwise, you're just going to call out patterns, and it's ironic and it's funny because I'm Jewish with a black woman. It's like, you're stupid. It doesn't bother me at all, because I know that I'm not the one that's lost. If I was just as lost, I'd be like, what's wrong with that? Are you racist? I'm not, though. I'm not lost, and I'm perfectly content. And I just respond to them with understanding a pattern. Seeing a pattern is not the same as understanding why it's there. And guess what? They always block me on Twitter afterwards, immediately. I don't know why, but it's like they intrinsically realize they don't have any clue what they're talking about, because I changed the perspective about why, as opposed to about whether or not something exists. It's about why does it exist. And they realize they've never had that discussion. And they don't want to have it with me. It's fine with me. They can block me. But it's always funny. It's important to understand context, which is what it gives you an understanding of why something's there. And if you don't understand why something's there, then how do you know what's important? You can't know. Imagine if people thought that they were restricted to, if blonde-haired, blue-eyed people didn't survive, then they were that was the end of them. It's and I'm talking about not by political concerns. I'm saying let's say the sun grew in size and you needed extremely dark skin and dark eyes to protect yourself from the sun, and you refuse to see those people as your people. It's like, so long, goodbye. You didn't see that those were just tools. It's a tool. Polar bear and turns brown is still a polar bear and not a brown bear, because they are still genetically distinct. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Guess what? The polar bear is still... It's not a polar bear, though. It's not a polar bear. It's not a brown bear. It's just bears. Bears are changing. Just like people are changing. It's not like a brown... The difference is it's not they're not a brown bear. They are a brown bear, but they're not it's just a bear that's changing. That's it. At what point is a polar bear not a polar bear? At what point are you not a shrew? Because that's what all mammals started as. Why are we not shrews? It's because all of these things are just phenotypes of of I mean, I'll tell you why you're not a shrew, but it's because of your degrees of freedom. Your hands allow you to manipulate reality and around you, and the fact that you stand on two legs allows you to use your hands freely, and your opposable thumbs let you build reality. And like these are degrees of freedom, though they're not like they're different than like whether or not you just changed colors. A degree of freedom does change, like the objective structure. Shrews cannot build uh, Tesla cars, but people can because of our degrees of freedom, but not because of. It's not about intelligence. Intelligence slides back and forth depending on how much you need it, but degrees of freedom are what change the game. And so yeah, we're not shrews, but like, why is a shrew not a not a monkey? You know, they don't have any new degrees of freedom, but they're they're not the same because they can't breed anymore. That's why they're not the same. But if you can breed, you're one group of people. But that's why below it the only level is a family. I mean, I think that there's also those two dual natures that I said, dispersers and sustainers, but you don't need to worry about that because you will only associate with people who you like, who you identify with anyways naturally. Like, don't make this, don't let the beast media control your autonomy or your perspective on truth. Like, it's like if you have something that you don't value that much because you just don't really like, I don't know, you don't like pay much attention to it, you just act naturally, and then somebody else tells you that, you know, that you have to give it up, and then all of a sudden it becomes valuable just because they're telling you to give it up. Don't let somebody control you like that. Like, you don't have to give up anything that God doesn't want you to give up, and that's just the truth. Like, and nobody can take it away from you either. But your lineage is the continuation of you. It has to be linked to that. It cannot not. That's the objective structure. So, like, I agree with you that, you know, like but what if a polar bear breeds with a brown bear? Like, then it is like that's their people. Like, that's, I mean, it's maybe black bears aren't its people because it's not breeding with black bears. Certainly not koala bears because they're not even bears. But uh, you know, if you're breeding with a group, then they become your people, and it, like, that's what it is. It doesn't matter how they look. If you breed with them, they're your people. That's it, because it links, you just linked it to lineage, and that's the objective structure. Like, you know, it's like our you know, Caucasian people who descend from a place that, you know, we currently call Russia my people. Yes, but are Nigerians going to be linked to my people too? Once people who, you know, have you know, African or black phenotype but come from Nigeria, are those going to be my people too as soon as I tie the knot? Of course. It's like these. It's not based on how you look. It's not. It's based on whether or not you breed with them, and not just breed with them, marry them. You have to marry them. It's not just about breeding. It's if you breed with them, but you never marry them, then they're not your people. But if you marry them, they're your people. You're choosing to become one, and you're breeding. So that's what it has to be based on that. Plenty of things can breed together. That doesn't mean it's optimal or healthy or good for lineage. Yeah, I know. Whatever survives is good for lineage. That's it. There's no other definer. There's literally no other definer. And I've listened to Stefan Molyneux, and he'll be like, you know, people who, you know, have mixed heritage are more likely to, you know, have you know, behavioral issues and stuff like that. That's caused by the fact that they don't know who they are sometimes. And sometimes it's caused by the fact that their families, yeah, they do inherit, I don't know, behavioral issues. But guess what? There are plenty of people who are pretty spectrumy in my family lineage, and it's not like super phenotypically diverse. And same thing with my fiance. It's like, you know, it's like there are people in both our families who are like very, like, including me, who have like Asperger's like tendencies. Like, is that a inherited issue, or is it a superpower that lets me get on here and talk for 4 hours and have people want to listen? I don't know. Maybe it's about context. Basic consumer available genetic tests like 23andMe acknowledge genetic percentages. No, genetic percentages are based in relativity. It's not objective. It can't be objective. Objective pattern is this. It's about following the same pattern every time. If it's about percentages, it's about sliding scales. It's about how big is this compared to this. Of your total genes, this percentage seemed to come from people who at some point came from over there. It's like, okay, over there has changed in its climate countless times. It has changed in its borders countless times. And the people that live there have changed countless times. We ascribed an arbitrary label on whatever it is that we're claiming is people from over there. And then we're saying, okay, and 90% of your genes came from sub-Saharan Africans. It's like, okay, 90% of your 100% sounds relativistic to me. It sounds about as relativistic as it can get. It doesn't mean it's not real. Real is a superposition between what is objective and what is subjective, what is quantum and what is relativity. But you also have to put things into a hierarchy of value in order to make sense of the world. These things have different purposes. Relativity helps you maneuver, helps you know how fast you're going. It helps you know how much you need. It helps you know those things, how far away something is, but it's not the eternal, like, it's not showing you the eternal context of consciousness. You need the eternal context of consciousness to show you who is your people, to show you what is real. It's like this. It's like saying, is that fan over there real? Like, I'll put back to the camera because this is gonna make more sense like this. Okay. Is this flashlight real? It is. In relativity, I'm holding it. Is that not real? It's a tool. It helps me see, in the dark. Is that real? It has a real impact on me. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it's not real. But what it really is it is a relativistic perspective, more higher in the hierarchy of understanding reality. It is a relativistic perspective of a cluster of molecules that are entangled in such a way that I can view them in this shape as a solid. And within those molecules is entangled, atoms that are also little families of little hadrons that chose to get married and then created molecules. Atoms, which then went on to form molecules. And like in some type of marriage structure that I'm going to look up, and then we'll talk more about it because I didn't get to it all tonight. Like what is a masculine molecule, what is a feminine molecule? We were supposed to look it up, but we didn't, so we got on this topic. But it's fine though. Topic is fine, but it is a very important topic. It's part of this work. It's not disconnected. That's why I'm willing to talk about it so much. It's more the application for this work that I was hoping to focus on, is to show people what is the value of a theory of everything in terms of understanding human structures, human governments, human tribes, human families, why we look a certain way, why we act a certain way, why there's these structures in government. Like, that's what I want people to understand. But in order to understand, you need context, and that comes from, in objectivity, from this. And it's all lineage based. It doesn't matter whether or not 23andMe said that, oh, you're 90%, Sicilian, and therefore those are your people. It's like, no, if you have children with a Samoan, those kids are more your people than someone who you've never met, who's 50 generations removed from you, who's back in Sicily, or who moved to Germany but had ancestry in Sicily, or whatever else, like, complications are thrown into the works. It's not objective. It's true, but it's relativistically true. It's only true in relation to that. It's like saying, well, I mean, a Ferrari is a fast car, isn't it? Compared to what? Compared to Formula One? No, it's a freaking slow ass car. But compared to a Volkswagen Beetle, yeah, it's a really fast car. Like, this is what it means to be defined within relativity, is you don't have freedoms in relativity outside of maneuvering. And that's why we need to escape to multiplicity. That's why everybody in physics is stuck. They've lost all their freedoms. They've figured out how to do everything that they can do within relativity, and like, they're just stuck. They have nothing else. So, we have to understand the context. We don't. Because the context is consciousness, and we have like PTSD for admitting that, I'm pretty sure. I really believe that. I think that humanity doesn't want to admit that God is real, because humanity suffered when God destroyed the world, and that's probably like the most traumatic event, and it is etched into our genetic memory, our people in the past. It's like, those memories only come from your lineages, that information that's been etched into your genes via, generations of change and influence. It's not coming from someone else that, is Norwegian. If you're Norwegian, if you didn't experience the same things, like, what does it even mean to be Norwegian? What if Norway falls and like doesn't exist anymore? It's like, and it is. That's the problem. You need to prioritize your lineage, and then you can build a nation that's real on top of it. But if you prioritize a phenotype above a lineage, your lineage, not a lineage, your lineage, your lineage, or if you can't have children, your brother's lineage, your sister's lineage, your cousin's lineage. It needs to be based on lineage. If you don't build your nation on that, you will build a nation that will fall apart. It's because it's not real. What is truly real never disappears, and what is fake will always decay away. Plenty of things can breed together. That doesn't make it optimum or healthy for a good lineage. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're really, really dark and it's really, really shady where you live, or if you're really, really, pale and it's really, really sunny where you live, and you don't have sunscreen or vitamin D pills, then both of those things can be bad. I don't understand how it's different for Jews, though. Because it's not different for Jews. It's different. Everybody can do this. It's just Jews are the only ones that figured it out so far. And I'm trying to show the world what they figured out so that everybody else can take this and be like, okay, I'm going to go make my people over there. I want that. I don't want it to just be Jews. It's not supposed to just be Jews. There's supposed to be 12 other tribes or 11 other tribes that are supposed to pop up. It's not just Jews. But you have to follow the objective pattern, which is you have to allow people to marry in, to join if they want to assimilate. And you also have to recognize that there is a lineage aspect to it, and it's not based on how you look. Notice how Jews don't have a look. Maybe the Jews you know have a look, but Jews don't have a look. There's no phenotype that is Jewish phenotype. We think that there is because Ashkenazi has a phenotype, but it's not the same as Ethiopian Jewish. Looks totally different. It's not the same as Middle Eastern Jewish. Looks totally different. Like, it's not about that. It's funny because, like, they're the only group that has continued because they found this real pattern, and I'm trying to show this real pattern, and then people are like trying to focus on the fake pattern that keeps making everybody else's people disappear. It's like, you have to give up. You have to realize that how you look is a tool. That's what Jews realized, partially. And that your people is always based on your lineage. And yes, it's for your mother. Because that's just how it works. Like, for everyone. Because that's lineage. You were inside of your mom. You were never inside of your father. We are inside of God. That's why we're part of his lineage. You know, protons are within a molecule, but I mean, they're stacking a molecule on top, but really that means being within. So this is why it's converging and emerging at the same time. Reality is converging and emerging at the same time. It means, like, we reproduce within ourselves and we stack higher consciousnesses on top of ourselves, like cells stack an organism on top of themselves. If you don't view phenotype as what it is, which is a tool, and you prioritize that as defining of a people, you will go extinct. You will. It's about your lineage. Do whatever you have to do to survive. If that means getting darker, get darker. If that means getting lighter, get lighter. If that means getting smarter, get smarter. If that means getting faster, get faster. If that means getting more aggressive, get more aggressive. If that means getting more passive, because you have to live more closely in dense populations, then get more passive. Do what you have to do to survive. If you don't adopt that mentality, which is saying the continuation of this chain of information is what matters, and whatever we have to do in order to change this chain of information to make sure that it continues through all conditions, that's what we have to do. That's why Jews continued. They didn't make it about how they looked, and everybody else did. It leads to extinction. It's inevitable. Like, what if the world heated up and it was 120 degrees everywhere, and polar bears were like, I'm not going to go breed with that polar bear with shorter hair. It's not my shorter and, you know, blonde hair. I don't know, whatever, brown hair. It's not my people. It's like, well, goodbye. You have no people now. You need to recognize these are tools. Your temperament is a tool. Your IQ is a tool. Your physical strength is a tool. Your speed is a tool. Your skin color is a tool. Your hair curliness is a tool. Your hair color is a tool. Your eye color is a tool. It's all tools. None of it defines you. You are defined by objective structures in a lineage, not relativistic, you know, phenotypical observations. You're not. If you were, then life would not continue to have adaptation and continue to now. It's like, I am definitely look different from, you know, I don't know, like a single-celled organism. But, like, at some point, single-celled organisms were like, you know what? Like, let's go join up with that one guy that wants to join together instead of, like, just being apart. Like, if you have to get more social, get more social. Like, you have to just do what you have to do to survive. And if you don't prioritize the survival, which is about a lineage, your lineage, not your friend's lineage who looks like you, who's also angry, you know, like, that's not helpful to you. It's not. Like, people who are like, they're replacing, uh, white people or black people who are like, you know, uh, angry that, there's people who look like them who are in jail. It's like, are those your people though? Are they? Are people who are in south side of Chicago my fiance's people? Hell no, they're not her people. It doesn't matter that they look the same. They're not her people. Why doesn't she breed with them? Because and marry them? Because they're not her people. Why don't I go and, I don't know, find somebody who looks more like me? Because they might not be my people. Like, I guarantee there are people that do look like me who are my people because my family looks like me, then they're my people. And there are people that look like her who are her people too. But like, they're in Nigeria because that's where her family is from, objectively. Not just, oh, over there, those people, they look like me. It's like, black people who are falling for this, oh, it's terrible. It sucks. I'm trying to show the world the truth. White people who are falling for this, it sucks. It's terrible. I'm trying to show the world the truth. And, now, of course, everybody, the only people left are like Asians, and they're dragging them into politics to try and, use them for whatever, to fight back against the binary that is going on in there. It's just like, it just sucks for everybody because nobody is realizing what the truth is. And if you don't know your context, then you're chicken with its head cut off. You're not going to be able to continue as a chicken with its head cut off. You need to know where you are so that you know what's forward and what's backwards. What's backwards, it's not even backwards. Like, to prioritize, to define yourself as a hammer is nonsense. It's not even backwards. It's like, to define yourself as white, it's like, is nonsense. To define yourself as black is nonsense. Is there obviously the manifestation of a triality of observed phenotypical perspectives of phenotypes in humans? Yes, of course there is. I'm not stupid. I can see it. And I actually know where it comes from. Nobody else does. Saying it comes from Africa and Asia and Europe, that's not the answer to the question. If that were the case, then how come this guy from South America, who's unrelated to this guy from Papua New Guinea, look exactly the same and act exactly the same? If you had never known anything about these two animals and you found them in the wild, you would think they were the exact same species. You would think they were one race. They ain't, because of breeding. They can't pair. And pairing is not just about, whether or not you could reproduce if forced through, artificial circumstances. It means, did you choose each other? And can you breed? Like, can you technically reproduce outside of any, individual ailments? If you can, and you choose each other, that's your people. And whatever, there's deep wisdom in our genes, and they are moving however they are moving based on what they are perceiving over time as the direction to go. So, and you have a choice in this. You can be attracted to people with, who look different from you, but choose somebody but prioritize, in how that somebody acts like you, which you should. Prioritize people who act like you. And then you give up on people, someone who looks, more physically attractive for some reason, but like is more mentally attractive or emotionally attractive or whatever. Like, that's good, but it's to not prioritize yourself is to deny lineage. To prioritize a phenotype as the group. That's the definer. That's the important thing. You aren't denying your own lineage. That's just not good. My people happens to also look like this. We're doing two weddings. We're doing wedding one day where everybody dresses like this traditionally, and then the next day we're gonna have like a more traditional wedding with you know, Jewish traditions and Christian you know, sentiments in some ways that respond to us. But it's like these, like if these people are, you know, the cousins of my fiance, they're my people. If these people are not related to anyone I'm related to, that's not my people. He looks a lot more like me though, but it doesn't make him my people. We're all one people objectively, but like I said, you have to put things into a hierarchy. The first most important thing that you need to prioritize is you, your lineage. Build on that. You can build a real nation on that. But you have to start with that. You can't prioritize it and say, okay, we're going to choose to make this white only nation or this black only nation, and like that's the way that it is. Maybe you can do that in a totally restart of a new nation, and then but you then have to base it primarily even still on lineage, because then if you look at, you know, people who don't join that group, who may look like you but who join the group where people don't give a shit like what people look like you can't take away the autonomy of the people who chose not to be in your group, even though it was a group for people who looked a certain way, and they happen to fit the bill. Like if they chose not to be in that group, it's not they're not your people. If you choose not to join a you know, black only nation and you're black, that nation is not your people. It's not. It's true of every race or every phenotype. I hate that word race. It's like religion is a horrible word too. That's why I say Abrahamic traditions, because calling them religions implies that they're the same. They're not. They're different. They're not defined the same way. They're not competing ideologies. The groups of people do compete, but that's due to our own, you know, instincts run awry and ignorance. But like this guy, like maybe he's related to me, maybe not. What about that? Maybe they're related to my fiance, maybe not. But I can tell you what, whoever's closer to me in genetic lineage, closer to either me or like, if they're closer to my fiance, then this people are close to me, then these people become my people. If these people are closer to me, then these people are to my fiance, then these people become her people. Because it's about entanglement connections. It's of and that entanglement happens through lineage. It doesn't happen through looking the same. These can actually breed with these, but these can't breed with these. Weird. I don't know. like that's just the way that it is, you know. There's nothing that's going to get rid of either one of them, other than if God froze the world, you know, then we're going to get rid of all snakes. But it's your phenotype, your temperament, your physical strength and abilities, your intellectual you know, speed. These are tools. They are not definers of you. You are lineage defined by entanglements via, you know, lineage. But there's another word that I want to use that's not lineage. Somebody used it in the Discord conversation. but lineage is the perfect word. Descent from my ancestor. Lineage. Let's do synonyms. Ancestry, descent. That's it, I think. Heritage, genealogy, dynasty, stock, line, family. There it is. But if you go here and you're like Instagram, and you don't look Jewish. These are all Jews and they look nothing alike. Because they realized that it's not about how you look. And no one else did. If you want a real nation, stop focusing on how you look. And let it happen naturally, maybe. But or let it be a secondary importance, but it can't be the primary importance, because if it is, it's gonna go extinct. These people didn't even have a nation, a country. They didn't even have any land, and they still didn't go extinct. They got kicked out of every country in the world. They still didn't go extinct. They got persecuted again and again. They still didn't go extinct. Why? Because they realized that it's about culture and letting people choose to join, because it's about giving people autonomy. You can choose to convert whenever you want, anyone. And that's a very important thing too. You can't close yourself off forever and not let anybody else in. You will go extinct. If Jews did that, they would go extinct. Any Jewish group that does do that, and some of them do, they all go extinct. All of them. Any Jewish group that has ever said, we don't believe in converts at all, they go extinct. You have to focus on two things at once, because in order to see a truly eternal structure, you have to see a superposition. And it's very hard for us to do, because it's not normal for us to focus on superposition and relativity. Focus on one thing at once, not two. But in reality, an atom is an assembly of hadrons. What is it, an assembly of hadrons, or is it an atom? Is a family, parents or children? It's both at the same time. But there's Jews of every color and food group and language in the world. And they don't go extinct because they realized the pattern. And I'm trying to tell it to the world so that they can go make their own tribes as well. I want that. I want people to have a people. We're losing meaning because we don't value our people. We're valuing BS like My Little Pony and the way that we look. Value lineage. That's your trace back to God. Value your choices, because that's also your connection back to God. God chose to create the universe within him. So it's within him. That's why it is a descent. We are descend from him. We are his children. But he chose to make us. We have to choose, certain things about it. We can choose certain things about our people too. We can choose, to go into a group with these values or with these values. But basically, there's only two values. Do you value family or do you value hedonism? Guess what? Everybody that values hedonism, extinct. Extinct. You can't prioritize lineage, which is family, when you're prioritizing, hedonism, because obviously, to prioritize lineage is to prioritize responsibilities to others, which is the opposite of hedonism. I don't even know where these people are from. Are these my people? Yep. They are. Is this guy my people? Yep. He is. More so than, This guy, I don't know, Russian guy, looks like me. This guy, not my people. Doesn't matter how he looks. This guy, my people. But at the same time, you know, this guy, I'm choosing somebody that people have said that I looked like when purposely. My people. He looks like me. But he's my people. Just as much as this guy. Because that's how it works. It's not about how you look. How you look is a tool, and your people is about entanglements. It's about, choice, and it's about lineage. This guy, at some point, this guy's ancestors and this guy's ancestors and mine all chose to join the same group. And from there, lineage doesn't matter. Yes, this guy should value his children more than he should value my children, and I should value my children more than I value this guy's children. We should value our nuclear families. Even within Judaism, your nuclear family is the priority compared to other, people's nuclear families. That's true of every nation, every tribe. Your family comes first, but you can only build on what's there. You can't build on nothing. You have to put a foundation first. The foundation is your nuclear family. After that, what is built of nuclear families? Well, according to this, that, which is basically like, maybe, I don't know, probably not actually. No, probably not. But this is like kind of like nation. It is a nation. But it's a super nation, though. It's not just a nation. It's a super nation. It's like Jesus isn't a king. He's the King of Kings when he comes back. And he rules humanity, which is a super nation. Which would be composed of tribes, but which we would probably call nations before the Messianic era, but they will unite eventually. Any nation that we make coming next that follows this objective pattern that I'm trying to describe, and they're all going to be different. But any nation that comes into being following this objective pattern, they will be a nation of dispersers that eventually unites. And then eventually unites with the rest of the world, which would be, people who are not striving to change their group or to find a group. It's like they just have their group. They don't need to find their group. They know their group. It's people who have discontent that look for their group when, But that's partially because we don't know who our groups are anymore. And, And yes, unless you aren't Jewish. But I'm not saying that people who aren't Jewish don't have a group. I'm saying you need to follow the same rules if you want to have a group. You can't change the rules and then get the same treatment. You have to follow the same rules. But then, there you go. You can have your own group. And that's separate from, the group that is Jews. And you can be just as legitimate. But you need to follow the rules that are set by God and no one else. You can't choose the rules. You can't be like, well, we're going to choose to prioritize, the way you look. Or we're going, it's like, if you do that, extinct. And it's not because somebody, some people had an agenda against you. It's because God, you based it on a pattern that is a finite observation in a moment. Like, you didn't think about God. You thought about yourself. You have to go all the way back to God. It means it has to be lineage based. About inside, outside, separate, and oneness. It has to go through the mother. No tribe or nation that you try and form you can't be like, well, we're going to choose that it goes through the father. You can't. You can't. You can choose to make a group, but you cannot choose to change the rules and then expect to survive. Nobody needs to end you. God structure will. You can't. You'll just inevitably go extinct. Just like you can't be like, we don't accept any one who wants to convert to our nation, or immigrate to our nation, which is the same thing. We'll never accept any immigrants ever. It's like, guess what? Extinct. Extinct. Okay, well, I would suggest using lineage and not race, because the way that the rest of society uses race is not the way that you're using it. People who are in Africa are not the same lineage as people who are in Papua New Guinea in the forests, even though they look the same. They're not the same. Aboriginals are not Igbos. They look the same phenotype, essentially, general, basic, giant, macro scale phenotype. That doesn't make them the same lineage. That's why saying race is wrong. It's a bad term. It doesn't do a good job being clear. If you want to be understood, you have to find a word. This is why, like, when people say, like, is Judaism a race or religion? It's not a race or a religion. It is a law that you can choose, and it is a lineage of people, and it's a superposition between the two. It's a people that is defined by a law and defined by a lineage. That's what it is. It's a people defined by a law and a lineage. It is not a religion or a race. And this is why everybody spiraled for like 10 years. Not even 10 years. It's been happening since the very beginning. I don't know, 1,000 years probably, 2,000 years, since people stopped really realizing how this goes. But whenever that was. But I know for a fact that since my beginning of this journey, people have spiraled over, like, is Judaism a religion or a race? It's like, you're asking the wrong question. It's like asking, is the earth flat or is it a sphere? It's dependent upon your perspective. It's neither, though. It manifests as those dependent upon you. It doesn't have an objective shape. Is it a particle or is it a wave? Wrong question. When is it a particle and when is it a wave? That's the right question. What perspective makes me see a wave? What perspective makes me see a particle? That's the right question. What perspective makes you, Jewish by birth, and what perspective makes you Jewish by choice? That's the question. And then you can actually get to an answer. You can be like, okay, well, there's this lineage aspect to it that only goes to matrilineal lineage. Maybe we can find out why that is. Because it follows the 4 primary perspectives, that's why. And it follows actual generationality. No person came from their father in their entirety. Like, sperm is not the totality of a human being. But fetuses. There's an absolute defining difference between Messianic Jews and Jews. No, there isn't. No, there isn't, Chris. This is the wrong thing. Messianic Jews are Christians, whereas Jews deny Christ. No. Some Jews deny Christ, and some Jews believe Jesus is the Son of God and Messiah. But the term Messianic, the problem with the Messianic movement, this is what I had a huge problem with this. I was like, who am I? This was a huge problem. Like, I couldn't get married until I figured out the Abrahamic traditions, because I was like, I believe that Muhammad is a prophet of God, which makes me Muslim, technically. And I believe that Jesus is the Messiah and Son of God, which makes me Christian, technically. And I'm born from a Jewish mother, which makes me Jewish, technically. And I looked at, and I was like, maybe Messianic Judaism is for me. And like, I looked at Messianic Judaism, and it's obvious to me that it is an artificially created group by people who want a group that is accepting of them. But they made a fake group. It's not a real group. The way that it's practiced isn't real. the reality is that there's Jews and there's not Jews, and there's Christians within the Jewish group and there's non-Christians within the Jewish group, but they're not the same thing. They're not. It's like saying. It's like saying. There are Americans that believe, you should own firearms, and then there are Americans that don't. It's like, okay, should they believe a certain thing? It maybe, but like, are they still American if they don't believe in free speech or something like that, or believe, you know, I don't know, whatever, some kind of cornerstone belief of the country? They're still Americans. Not as long as they came here legally through legal means and the entire time, and um, like you know are the descendants of those people. Then yeah, technically. I mean, my nose is itching. My mustache is getting long, but like you need to follow real patterns, and the way that Messianic Judaism is practiced, it's Christians who don't want to give up their Jewish identity, but what they don't realize is you don't have to. You can't give up a Jewish identity. If you convert to Judaism, there's no way out. You can't say, I renounce it. You can't be born from a Jewish mother and be like, I renounce Judaism. I'm not a Jew. Yes, you are. You can't get out of it, ever. As soon as you convert, that's it. As soon as you join, as soon as you're born to it, that's it forever. You can never escape. By halachic law, which I think comes from God, it's not our invention. I think the way that that people practice Messianic Judaism is an invention by humans who just are trying to have their cake and eat it too. But the reality is that you can't have your cake and eat it too. You don't have to try. They're trying, and it's confusing them. And it's confusing everybody because, like they're not the same thing. Christianity is based on a belief. It's a cornerstone belief. Judaism is based on who your people are, Jewishness, and Islam is based on whether or not you believe that Muhammad was a prophet of God and you want to submit your will to God's will and live in the deen of Islam, which is a way of life. If you want to do that, it's like I would say that my rabbi, like Chabad rabbis, they might not believe that Muhammad is a prophet. Maybe they do. I don't know. But they don't think that they're Muslims. But guess what? I look at them and they're following all those laws that are about submitting to God and praying 5 times a day and not eating pork and covering their hair. Yeah, they're trying to cheat by using wigs, but they're still doing it. That is, like, are they Muslim? I don't know. But, I asked my Chabad rabbi. Chabad rabbis are these guys, just so you know, like, who. These are the Jews that I study with. I don't study with Messianic Jews. I study with these guys. And I went up to my rabbi and I was like, Rabbi, there's no halachic reason why you can't believe that Jesus is the Messiah, and there is a problem with Jews defining themselves as the rejection of Jesus because that's not real according to halacha. It has nothing to do with defining whether or not you're a Jew. And he looked at me and he's like, you're totally right. He's like, there are people who are Jews, who are real Jews. They're, beautiful people. They believe that Jesus is the Messiah, and they that might help them, personally relate to Judaism, but Judaism is not about that. But they can believe that and still be Jewish. And I was like, that's exactly what I thought. And he was like, I know. And I bested Dennis Prager in the halachic argument of this, and he's one of the preeminent Torah scholars in the world. And I beat him in a debate. I asked him the question on multiple times, and I had made a bet with somebody else in the office that I could beat him in this debate. And I did. I researched the hell out of this because I was looking for my people. I was like, who are my people? I don't know who my people are. Are these my people? Are these my people? Are these my people? Are these my people? And the answer to this even is yes, but I would say that they're still created like an artificial group. It's not real, it's just a little community that they made, but it's not tied to objective truth, uh, to an objective structure the way that Judaism or Christianity is, or Islam is. This is an artificial thing. It's artificial habits, it's artificial community, it's just artificial. It's based on people trying to make up rules, and it's not, even whether they realize it or not. And I realized that very early on, and it sucked because I was like, these people are probably the closest to me. But then something about it was like just wrong. But the reality is that these people are my people in belief, and these people are my people in community, in a like that is linked to lineage and nationhood, and or like objective nationhood. I'm not talking about countries. Countries are artificial. And these people are my people in goal. This is what I want for my family. I would be ecstatic if my wife covered her hair in a hijab. I think it's what God wants. That's what I think God wants for women. That's what I think God wants for men. They're my people. Muhammad is a prophet of God. Peace be upon him. Like, you can't, once you realize that they are defined so differently, you realize that you don't have to be all of them, but you can, and they're not conflicting. The groups may tell you that they're conflicting, but they're not. I know because I studied, and like tremendously. Nobody has beaten you in this yet. I have friends who are Orthodox Muslim. Like, Orthodox Muslim. They'll only shake your hand with one hand. They live in the United States. They're not like living in the desert. Like, I study with the most Orthodox Jews out there. I study, and I'm, I go to a Christian Baptist church on Sundays that doesn't baptize children because they realize that Christianity is a belief that has to be you can't confer your belief onto somebody else and that makes them Christian. They have to believe. And I believe that's Christianity. I believe that's strict Christianity. True Christianity. So you're like a Muslim Messianic Jew, essentially? Yes, exactly. That's what I am. I'm not a Messianic Jew. Every Jew is a Messianic Jew if you believe in God. Then you believe that a Messiah is coming or coming back. Chabad believes that Messiah has to die and then come back too. They don't believe that he only comes once. They just believe it's not Jesus usually. But they do believe that he has to die and come back. They just didn't think it was Jesus. But are they Messianic? Like, it says in the Bible that God will redeem us with the Messiah. If you believe the Bible, then you are Messianic. But I don't like that. That's why I don't like that term, because it implies that you're not Messianic if you believe that it might be somebody different than Jesus, but you still believe in the Messiah. It's not good, I don't think, because it's confusing. It's implying that you can't still believe in the structure, but just, you got the guy wrong or something. Basic, plenty of things. Okay, I don't understand how it's okay, you do now, I hope, because I tried to explain it, but we can talk about it later on, another day too. But I'm gonna try and wrap this up pretty soon, like right now, because it's midnight, and I set that for myself as like, I gotta hold myself accountable. But I love these conversations, so it's easy for me to go on and on. But why another group do the same thing with their lineage? At what point are you not a shrew? At what point are you not a Jew? You're never not a Jew once you're a Jew. Never not a Jew. You're always a Jew from then on. As long as it's through the matrilineal lineage, or you chose it. You can choose it, and then you'll be a Jew forever, and so will all your children. through natural, and their children and their children's children, children's children, all the way through their matrilineal lineage. Why couldn't another group do the same thing with their lineage? Another group could. That's what I'm saying. Another group can do the same thing with their lineage. They have to do it. I want them to do it. Uh, uh, Negentropic Phantom, I want them to do it. I want them to make groups, but they have to follow this pattern. They can do it, but they have to follow this pattern. If they don't, extinct. I don't want them to go extinct. I want them to live and have people and meaning and culture and beauty and children, and that's what I want. I'm trying to tell people how to do it, and it's hard though, because they've never heard anything like it. And we're stuck in relativity. There is an absolute defining difference between messianic. No, yeah, we talked about that. You're talking about overlapping beliefs. No, I'm not. I'm talking about they're just different. They're not overlapping. I'm talking about they're on different scales. It's like you can believe that the sun will rise tomorrow and also that it's going to be cloudy on Fridays. You know, like they're not mutually exclusive. You can believe that people should own a car and believe that they should eat fish. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's the difference between Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. They're not even the same. They're not. You can be vegan and Australian and vegan and Ethiopian. It's like believing in veganism would be like Christianity, but like then you're also, that doesn't make you like not also those other groups. You know, you can be a hedonist vegan this is like the opposite of a Jewish Muslim Christian, would be like a hedonist vegan Australian. It's like they're not the same thing. You can be a non-hedonist vegan. You can be a conservative vegan who is Australian, or you can be a hedonist vegan who is Australian, or you can be a, carnivore diet person who is a hedonist or not hedonist, who is Australian or not Australian. Like, they're not competing at all. They're totally different levels of even what they're trying to tell you how to do. One of them is, how do we know who is on our tribe or our nation? And then the other one is like, what's the most important fundamental belief to have that will help you stay on course in the world? Christianity. And how should we act? Like, that's Islam. They're not the same. Christians, it says in the Bible, that in the Christian Bible, that women should cut their hair short if they show it. But it is a disgrace to have short hair, so they should not cut their hair short and they should cover their hair. Sounds like that's, people would look at that and they'd be like, that's Muslim. It's like, no. But the reason why this is so difficult is because it's like saying, what if it is the case that you can't see any colors unless you can see, specific colors? So like, let's say you can't see red unless you can see blue, or you can't see green unless you can see yellow and blue or something, or yellow and red. I don't know. That certainly exists in some way. That's also how we are with how we pay attention to things, and that's why we couldn't just have one religion that told us how to do it all, even though they all tell us how to do it all. It's a reason why the same morals are in the New Testament, the Old Testament, and the Quran. And the same story is in the New Testament, the Old Testament, and the Quran. But how come no group got to have it all? because we can only focus on one thing at once. But this tradition, the Abrahamic tradition, which is, you could, if it was one thing, you could call it Abrahamism, and that is a binary triality. 2 degrees of freedom, Islam and Judaism, reflecting across an intrinsic constraint, and we can only focus on one of those things at a time. That's why you don't see, all levels of electrons at once. You can see a tau, you can see a muon, you can see an electron when you look, but like the reality is they're all the same thing. They're literally all just pieces of the universe that you're seeing, but you can only see one piece at a time, even though it's part of a greater structure, the fermionic structure. Quarks. You never find quarks by themselves. They're always right next to other quarks, because they're basically the fingers of God, and you don't find fingers lying around either. You find fingers next to other fingers. And unless you're, in a mafia movie or something, but you can only focus on one at a time. That's why nobody realizes that when you have, proton is 2 up quarks and a down quark. It's like all of those 3 quarks are the same hand, but you can only see them finger by finger. And that's also why I think scripture was revealed to us in this generationality as well. The same generationality of triality. It's a binary triality. Anyways, I have spoken a lot, and it's midnight, but I appreciate everybody being here again. I didn't say anything on the stream to judge anybody at all. We are all on a journey, and I believe that everybody here, I believe most people have good intentions, always. You have to really lose yourself to have bad intentions. And, acting out of revenge is when bad intentions are revealed in everybody. But other than that, nope, people don't have bad intentions. And, it is tough to talk about these topics, though, without some onlookers sometimes judging. And to anyone who does judge these conversations as they're onlooking, I think that you should question why you're judging. But we're trying to find truth, and whatever, we will arrive at the truth, which, I arrived at it, but not all of it, but I didn't get to finish contextualizing gender into the various periods tonight. I still have work to do. But that I have discovered that pattern that manifests everywhere. That doesn't mean I have labeled it in every single context. I will never label it in every single context. It's up to people generations after me to continue doing it. But I just want to show people the context, because it will help us make sense. It will help us understand everything from who is your people, to sexual orientation, to what is your responsibilities, to, whether or not protons and neutrons are conscious, which they are, or whether or not there's a God, which is the most important discovery that you could possibly make. There is. Anyways, good night, guys. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I will be back tomorrow, and I'm gonna finish that gender thing, and then we'll talk about it. I think tomorrow, actually, also I'm going to be going live on Instagram. At some point, I'll announce when, with my friend Kevin, my old roommate. He's very good he's very good philosopher as well, and he it's interesting because his perspective pretty newly shifted from talking about existence as, just a collective hive mind with no real autonomy, to there's a God. And I think it will be our first stream since then, so that should be pretty cool. They would be combining or overlapping, or what? So someone who's Jewish believes the Bible, New Testament, believes Muhammad is a prophet, prays to Buddha. You don't pray to, prays to Buddha, then you don't believe in the Bible. That person is confused. You can't pray to Buddha. Even Jesus tells us to pray to the Father. So, yep. Anyways, thanks, guys. Negan, Tropic Phantom, and Chris, and anyone else who's here. I'm gonna get good at saying that name. It's tough for me still, though. But anyways, guys, peace, and we'll see you tomorrow.